Hello, everyone. I'm Eugene Marshall of Arcanist Press and Sigil Entertainment, and this is Sigil Spotlight. We are a diverse community of tabletop industry creators spotlighting each other's work. This session, we're featuring a Numenera adventure, which uses the Cypher system from Monte Cook Games. It's titled The Head in the Cliffs, and it is written by our own Sharang Biswas. Hey. This adventure appeared in CypherCaster magazine, issue 9, and is available on DriveThruRPG. Now, if you go below the stream here, you'll see a panel of information. The very first one you should see is the link to the adventure on DriveThruRPG. So if you like what you see today and would like to pick that up, that's where you do so.
And I will say, CypherCaster magazine, each issue has a ton of interesting content. So check all of them out.
Yeah, there's a dozen or so, and they are all loaded with fun stuff. So definitely do so. Let's see. Before we begin, I'd like to thank Sigil Entertainment for supporting the stream and producing our graphics and overlays, Roll20 for the use of the virtual tabletop, and Monte Cook Games, as well as our own Sharang for the fun adventure we're going to have today. To make sure it stays fun, we are employing safety tools. So thanks to Brebo Sheldon, Lauren Bryant Monk, Kiana Shaw, and Monte Cook Games for providing those tools for us. If you look down below the screen, there are, in the show notes, there is more info about those. All right, one content warning for today's adventure before we get to meet our characters and players. The characters may encounter some children with minor scrapes and bruises. They are not in real danger. They are not being harmed by their family in any way. This adventure may also feature some mind control at times of primarily NPCs. But so that is some stuff you might encounter, just so you know. All right, let's get to know our players and characters. As I said, I'm Eugene Marshall. My pronouns are he or they, he, him, or they, them. I am co-owner of Arcanist Press and lead game designer for Sigil Entertainment, and I will be the GM today. Let's go ahead around the overlay here and meet everybody. Shar, would you like to start?
Hi, I'm Charlotte Eargang. I am half of Eargardless, our little design studio that does role-playing game design, and I am playing Krail, a stealthy jack who crafts illusions.
Fantastic. And how about you, Elijah?
Hi, I'm Elijah. I use he, him pronouns, and I am playing Karner. He is a swift glaive who fights with panache.
Fantastic. Andrew?
Hi, I'm Andrew Masisko. I'm an illustrator and cartoonist, he, him pronouns, and I will be playing Itolis, the strong-willed nano who commands mental powers.
I know, interesting. And finally, last but not least, Sharang.
And I'm Sharang Biswas. I'm a game designer, writer, and artist based in New York City. And I decided to pick a character who is bad at figuring things out, because me as Sharang knows everything about this adventure. So I picked Uraz, who is a mechanical jack who fuses flesh with steel.
Yes.
So I'm kind of a cyborg.
So I'll go ahead and get some character images up here for everyone to see at home. This is Krail here. We've got that's the character that Shar is playing. And actually, let me go ahead and move us over so that we can see the character names underneath our lovely faces. And then we've got, that's who Shar is playing. And then we've got Etolas. That's who Andrew is playing, I believe. That's Etolas. And then we've got, this is art from Monte Cook, of course. And then we've got Karner. That is whom Elijah is playing. His character.
I really love the Numenera art. Haven't they won like a bunch of art awards? Andrew, you'd know this, right? Like some of the
awards? Yeah, I don't know any of the details, but yes, yeah, it is amazing artwork.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the big draws for their products. Yeah. Absolutely.
And since the world is so cool, and I feel a little bit unique in the genre of RPG games, like the art is even more interesting. It's a bit unique.
Yeah, so speaking of, I guess let me just very briefly mention what it is we're playing a little bit about for those of you who don't know Numenera. It uses the Cypher system, which is a D20-based game system, but it's quite cinematic and kind of exciting, action-oriented sort of game. You'll see it in action today, and the setting here is Numenera, which is a kind of science fantasy. So imagine 1 billion years in our future, 9 civilizations have risen and fallen on Earth. And so it's the Asimovian sort of dictum, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. In other words, when these characters might use something that looks like, say, traditional fantasy magic, they might in fact be unknowingly accessing a nanoswarm or a satellite network, and so on and so forth. And instead of delving dungeons, they delve the ruins of lost ancient civilizations, many of which have high-tech elements or alien and unknown ones for sure. So, if everyone is ready to begin, I shall commence. Now, our story, The Head in the Cliffs, begins with our 4 intrepid adventurers already having gotten to know one another. And in fact, you are looking for work, and you receive a task, which is to travel to the village of Matha, known colloquially as the Head in the Cliffs, to deliver a message. The merchant caravan will not arrive until the next second moonrise. So that's your task, and you travel through the kind of surrounding deserts. You pass on your way a village that is populated primarily by mutants. So these are humans primarily that have mutated in certain ways and have decided to band together because some places find them unpleasant or unwelcome. But you pass that village, and a day later or so you arrive at the cliffs, and you follow them until you find the village of Matha, and at its base is a large, clear lake. And above you is a scene that looks a little bit like this. Let me go ahead and get that up here, because what you look up is this massive rock face has an bizarre and amazing looking
My artist was really good. Ben was
carved
really good.
in the wall. So here is what it looks like. Let me square it up for everybody at home here. You see a great stone face carved in the rock above you. Across its face are buildings with planks and walkways going between them. You see that there are, in fact, buildings even in one of the eyes, and there is a little, what looks to be perhaps a lift that goes from the left nostril up to the top of the cliffs at a great distance above. The left cheek has a fissure in it, out of which pours an emerald green waterfall. Now, the emerald green waterfall strikes the crystal clear pool and somehow doesn't discolor it. Instead, the water just transforms into perfect clarity. Although the water itself is quite deep, and after a certain distance kind of fades into a subtle blue-green hue. You see there's a platform at the chin, and people are descending stairs and diving off into the water. It looks like they are spear fishing. So as you arrive, you're able to kind of walk up to this, you walk along the kind of shore of the lake, the drit squishing under your feet. That's the, is that the right word? I'm forgetting my Numenera lore. Yeah. That's the billions of years. Did somebody else want to explain it? But
And so I, with my mechanical arms, put my hands in the drit, and I let it trickle through my fingers, and I say, the drit is unusually dark here. And I turn to our nano, Itolas. I'm like, Itolas, tell us what is this drit made of again? You keep regaling us with these stories. Sorry, I forgot that Itolas has never played Numenera before.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
maybe I'd ask Krail. I'm like, Krail, you keep telling us these strange stories about the past. What is all this made of again?
It's made of the billions and billions of years of lost civilizations ground to dust.
How fascinating! And I kick the dust away. I wipe the dust away from my hands and keep walking. So it's like the ground machinery and ancient remains of creatures, everything that over 1 billion years has turned into dirt.
Yep.
Right?
So it's, yeah, some of it might be plastic, some of it might be strange or alloys, some of it might be organic. It's the remnants. So as you walk up this plank towards the bottom of this interesting village affixed to the face, let's hear a little bit about what each of you look like. So I know we have art, but I'd like to hear maybe your own description, either of what the characters look like, how you're behaving, what you might have talked about or thought about or done while traveling. It's been a couple days. So let's go ahead and start. Who would like to start? Let's go ahead and start with, how about Karner? What has Karner been up to, or how's Karner doing right now?
So Carter's entire character is basically based on being able to be as flashy and flamboyant as possible. And there's not a lot that's really flashy and flamboyant about being a little bit dusty as you continue walking and walking. So that's a little bit worse for wear, a little bit depressed. Hair's kind of coming down his face and just like, and he keeps trying to do little tricks with his sword that he's trying to throw up in the air and catching it and then going, hoping for something.
Well, hopefully he'll find some people to impress here.
Oh, yeah.
What about Krail? What's Krail? How's Krail doing?
So Krail is unlike our flamboyant friend Karner. Krail is essentially the opposite in every way. Very stealthy. She wears all black. Which complements her nice dark skin, to be honest.
Nice.
Except, like, she always has to, like, keep her eyes, like, squinted a little bit because they glow a little when she has them open. So when she's hiding, and that's basically all the time.
And I can just imagine you
Like, looking around, and she's just like...
That's right. The other three are just walking like normally. Like,
yeah, and you're like,
all right. How about Uraz? How's Uraz taking this? So I mean,
so Uraz is both a cyborg and uses a lot of tech, except that he doesn't consider it tech. Uraz considers it angelic gifts, and because he considers it like, he's like, oh, I have all these angelic gifts. I am clearly blessed by the gods. I am clearly better than like everyone else. And so he's very full of himself, not to the point that he like hates other people, but he is full of himself and he likes his companions, but he's like, well, I'm clearly the anointed one, and you're clearly all here with me to help me on my quest as a holy savior. And so he like kind of like treats others as like, yeah, like I'm God touched.
all right. So the divine Uraz prepares to enter the village of
Every once in
Matham.
a while, I go up and I just like kind of tap him on the shoulder, and when he turns around and I'm not there, just to like mess with him.
And I get really annoyed at this. I'm like, you mustn't distract me from my preordained destiny.
You're touched by more than a god now.
Uraz is not amused.
So how is Entolas handling all of this?
Well, he trained with the Eon priests for a time, and so is well practiced in like the tech, but he doesn't really care about like the details. He lets that, he leaves that to the books, and so he carries around scrolls and old tomes where he keeps his knowledge. He doesn't bother memorizing too much. He kind of goes with instinct and his feeling and his teachings from his time with the Eon priests. So he's interested in what is it, Uraz?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's interested. He's intrigued with Uraz's like determination and zeal, and so it's one of the reasons why he's still hanging around and hasn't wandered off.
That's
Excellent.
really cool because in like the canon or whatever, the Aeon priests are all about like discovering the past and knowledge and logic, and not so much about like theism. And I think Uraz is not thus a member of the Order of Truth. He believes in theistic things, and he's very much like, yes, I am holy. While Etolas is like, yeah, whatever. Now let me look at your tech.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, as you head up, you see again fishermen coming and going. And one thing you notice, not that you're this close, is that the men and women who are jumping into the water and coming out with fish have something strange on their face. It looks like kind of like a starfish, but it has 10 arms. It is kind of shiny, and it's just affixed right over the front of their face where their mouth is. Like this.
Can I tell if, because we just passed by a mutant village, are those mutants? Can we tell?
Let's see. Well, they don't look like the mutants you saw in the other village. If you want to try and get a sense of what they might be, go ahead and make an intellect task. And I will say that this is I actually don't think, I'd say this is a standard.
I rolled a 5.
A 5. All right. And you're not trained in.
I didn't spend anything.
Okay. And no training in like
good point.
Numenera, say.
I am not. I'm probably too far to use my power, and I did not. Oh, do you want me to pick my flex skill right now?
That's a good idea.
Okay, so Jacks have a thing called a flex skill where they can choose to be trained in a different skill every day that's not combat. I think both of us Jacks have that. So I'm gonna pick my flex skill as, I don't know. I know. A bedside manner.
Okay, excellent.
I'm good at chatting with people who are perturbed by my angelic countenance.
And what about Krail? What is Krail's flex skill for the day?
I have no idea. I think I want to pick it later.
Okay. So
we can inspect these things from afar.
Yeah, so I'm just like, I do not know are these more mutants like we saw in the last village? Perhaps this is a mutant settlement.
Does it appear to be a device or a part of them?
So you can tell that watching, you can't tell what it is, but then after standing there and puzzling over it a few times, you see somebody remove one. And it looks like it's some sort of organism they're putting on their faces before diving into the water. And if you continue to watch, you see them dive in, and then they don't come back up. And those that come back are not the ones you saw dive in, implying they stay down there for some time.
Would I have a skill called IDing Numenera? Would that be?
Yes, if you'd like to make an intellect. Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm just gonna roll.
But you're an Aeon priest. You're good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I hope so. I pull out a book and I start like scrolling through, muttering to myself, like looking at it. What difficulty should I put down for this?
Go ahead, standard.
Standard. Okay. All right. Won't be spending anything on this, so let's hope for. Okay. 18.
Excellent. So you are able to tell that this is in fact a piece of Numenera, and the fact that they're using it again and again implies it's an artifact. This is a starfish-like organism with probably allows them to breathe underwater for extended periods of time.
Wow. And how many are we seeing?
You see several. Every fisher person who goes into the water seems to put one on.
So if you tell us this, Etolas?
Yes, it appears that those devices that they're wearing are breathing apparatuses.
I'm like,
ancient ones.
this must be a wealthy village if all of these fishermen can have such divine armaments.
It's possible.
I wonder what else they have.
All right. So as you watch the fisher people come up and down. You head on up and you see, there's a fisher, you pass a fisherman heading down, kind of dark skin. He's got little cuts and scars all over his body. He kind of nods at you as you walk up and says, welcome to Matha, he says. If you're looking for the town elders, you'll just head on up.
So we approached like along the cliff towards the face. Is that how we're approaching?
Yeah. So I was imagining you coming at the bottom, and you're following up this. There's like a little winding stair at the bottom.
Those stairs. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, yeah. And so you pass some fishermen and women, and they direct you upstairs, up the ramps. In fact, one fella says, "Yeah, head on up to the town elders. Her name is Shalini," he says. If you head up, she can help you if you're looking for something. There's also, a market. If you need supplies, Umar is up there as well. He's our local Eon priest. And then he can
I looked at Etolas. I'm like, one of your kin, perhaps, Etolas.
It's possible we might have passed.
You asked that, Krail?
No, but we are well connected.
So
that makes a little more sense.
Right. So all right. So you head on up, and as you do so, you pass. There are small huts and homes. They're kind of makeshift and ramshackle, right? They're made of wood, but it looks quite clearly like various sorts of reclaimed material, right? That have been repurposed, and you pass, half a dozen of them at least until you arrive at the kind of main thoroughfare right across the nose. And it looks as though in one direction there's something that looks like it serves as a tavern and inn, if you will, or some sort of public house. And then if you head, that would be to the right over here by the right cheek, just above the crevice. And then if you head up to the right eye, it looks like you've got, I guess you would call them civic buildings. So that would include a guest house and as well as the mayor's house. And somebody introduced or mentioned them as named as Shalini. And that was your task, I might remind you, is to deliver a message to this person, to the mayor of Matha, that the merchant guild, or the merchants will be delayed.
Shall we go find this Shalini so we can get paid?
Of course.
Yes, it will be an honorable thing to do, as is my destiny.
Yeah, let's get paid.
Indeed.
So, all right then. You head on up. And as you pass, the people are friendly enough. They nod. And, there's these makeshift ramps seem stable. But, they look kind of rough and worse to the wear. In fact, several of them, you see places on the walls and the railing where there's just kind of like a bunch of thick gouges and scrapes as though something sharp has been cutting into the walls. You don't know if there's what...
The walls of the stone or of the makeshift building?
The wooden walls. The stone seems quite impervious. It doesn't look even just like natural stone. It looks like it's been fashioned in some way that's alien to anyone's experience that you know. The wood. So you're running your hand along the railing, and then there's splinters. There's a bunch of splintered wood, and it looks fresh, right, as though it's been carved up recently. Does
it look like it's been carved into anything interesting?
Go ahead and make an intellect check, and that would be, I'm going to say this is demanding. It's a 9 or higher.
I decided that my flex skill power is me imagining that the angels are giving me divine knowledge every day.
Absolutely. Oh, an 18. All right. So it looks like they're not carved in any particular pattern, but you do, as though they're communicating any information. No one's carving a word, say. But they do look like there's 3 or 4 of them in groups, perhaps like claws.
Oh.
So Karner looks like he's doing the same thing as Krail, just staring really hard at these gouges in the wall, and he's just keeps looking at it for about 10 seconds. Then you realize he was just trying to figure out what could have cut it, because he starts just doing sword tricks again.
So as you do, however,
any swords with 3 claws?
No.
What about
Watch this though. And tries to do backflip.
Very nice. Very nice.
Go ahead and make a speed test.
Okay, hold on.
Yes.
I love how this
Let's
random
watch me
like
fall
watch this
on my ass.
Crail
Fall off the
loves
side.
like hanging out behind Connor because nobody ever notices her when he's around.
Good.
I'm your guy.
Genius.
Let's see. Actually, good. So,
what
do you
about
have a
the-
difficulty on me to do? Like,
Well, tell me how difficult a task you think you're doing. I'll let you set the difficulty.
I'll try demanding. Let's
Okay.
see.
Oh, you're doing a fancy backflip.
Yes.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah.
I don't know. If you've clearly never seen me try to do a
Nice.
backflip. It would be very demanding.
Nice.
Well, there you go. So you're looking at the carvings in the railing, and you're like, hey, check this out. Boop. And then you just jump straight in the air, flip, land, plant the landing. And at this point,
yeah.
several villagers, you hear like, and you turn and you see there are some children. And they're collecting at one of the kind of like intersections of these walkways in the area. And, they range from ages maybe, like 6 or 7 up to like mid-teens. And they seem to have been engaged in some sort of game of some sort. And they stop with their game and they turn and are watching and looking at you and whispering, right? And when you do this, they are visibly impressed and they kind of ooh and ah and all of this sort of thing.
I start clapping and cheering and pointing to Karna and says, "Look, this is my disciple Karna, who is so skilled, blessed by the gods themselves."
And, so then one of the children says, Sweeta, to one of the other children, right? Do you think maybe they're here to help us rescue Prince Apple from the evil clutches of Count Zamara? And she kind of stops and regards you folks for a moment and it's like, And you can kind of get the impression that she's in charge,
not.
right? She
In charge
says,
of the kids.
maybe. I mean, they look more like henchmen, don't they?
Like,
And yeah, okay. Well, we better run. We better hide. And so then they just start scattering, right? But they're quite clearly interested in you. But now they've incorporated you into their LARP or their role play they're doing here.
yeah.
And we've got to save the Vargellin and all this.
I mutter to Etolas because I view him as, priesty. I'm like, henchman? I'm no henchman. I am a paladin.
Of course you are.
I love that there's a relationship. I just
Indeed.
sitting around and Etolas like, sure.
So, what would you like to do? So do you want to just head straight to the mayor's house, or do you want to wander and explore? You could chase down the children.
We're getting paid.
Yeah,
Money's
let's
cool.
do our job.
Oh, sorry, we're doing honorable things, whatever.
Yes! And I clap Crail on the back. I knew that my divinity would rub off on you.
Right.
That's what's happening. Let's go.
So, all right then. All right. So you head on up, and you arrive at what is effectively the mayor's house. So what happening is you're entering this huge cavernous opening in this face that's the eye socket, right? So instead of there being an eyeball, there's like a big cavern, and it's quite smooth and well carved inside. This isn't a natural cavern. And you come up on the walkway to the top, and then there is the mayor's house in this what is most likely the mayor's house in this eye cavity, so to speak. And as you approach, a woman comes out. She approaches kind of in a businesslike fashion. She's in her 50s. She's very short, very dark skinned. She wears her head in dreadlock-like braids, twined with a flexible green sort of wire. She does seem to be the only person who's wearing their hair like this in this village. Most of the other people had kept their hair short, men and women both. But though she does seem to be kin of these people. So she comes out and kind of nods and says, "Welcome, visitors to Mathis. I am Shalini, the mayor here. Word has already reached me that you have some business with me. The children are quick to spread rumors of visitors,
I do a pompous stance because I imagine the children are talking about our greatness.
She says, So she says, yes, yes.
And I look at her and I say, our leader, Karner.
I narrow my eyes and say nothing.
So then she looks at Karner, or she looks at whom. I'm assuming you gesture a look towards Karner, so she knows whom that is.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, yes. Oh, well, if this is business, why don't we come? Why don't you come into my office, please? So she turns, and and somebody else has come out, a younger man that seems to be attending her, like an assistant of some sort. And she says, please open the office. And she begins to walk back kind of into the building behind her. She gestures you in. There's kind of a foyer, and off to one side, there's a kind of an archway, and through there is an office of sorts. So she has a kind of desk made of it's quite clearly reclaimed from something else. It's a strange kind of iridescent material that you can't quite tell whether it's an animal scale or a piece of a building or something. It's got this sort of strange oval shape, and it kind of glimmers in the sun. It's standing on four quite clearly aftermarket, let's say, legs, and behind it is a large, strangely bulbous sort of lump that she sits in, and it kind of forms into a chair around her. It's like she kind of this strange sort of thing, almost like an organic beanbag, if you will. It just kind of it kind of molds to her. And looks,
That is a bean that is a bag.
right,
basically.
yeah, it's literally a big bean that you sit on. Right?
Beautiful.
Her legume chair. So
I want a legume chair.
right. So she kind of sits and she gestures, and there are 4 or 5 other seats here, all kind of motley, right? So there's one looks like a tree stump. One is shaped like a plastic folding chair, but it's made of a translucent kind of material. One is it's shaped like a hand, but it only has 3 fingers, right? And one is just a simple wooden chair.
I'm going to stand stiffly in a very dignified and handsome manner by the door.
I'm going to take the hand chair because it's coolest and I'm the leader.
Just pick up a folding chair. It's nice and comfortable.
Exactly. All right. So she said, you all sit, and the assistant comes in and asks if you'd like something to drink. She says, yes, we have some local tea, and as well as some fish ale taken from the fish of our own lake.
Andrew's face. Fish ale. I would love to sample the specialities of your village, good leader.
Ale is cool. I'll have ale.
Tea, please.
I'm just gonna bully you, Edalis.
So the assistant walks off, and while preparing the drinks, Shalini says, so, please, you have traveled far, I can imagine. What is it? How can I help you?
So Krail has the message?
No, Karner does.
Okay, well, since let me see. How would I describe this? Okay, so he opens his mouth to talk and stops and goes, I forgot. Krail, I want you to do it.
She turns and looks at Krail.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shar doesn't remember the message either.
Okay.
No,
the
I know.
message. Okay. Sure.
I'm trying. At least mine was in character.
So the message is just that the merchant caravan's delayed. That's it.
Yeah.
The merchant.
So maybe we were with the merchant caravan and they sent us up ahead to tell them that it's delayed or something, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, you were. Let's say you had been tasked with keeping it safe, protecting it.
Yeah, and then they sent us ahead because we'd be faster than the caravan itself.
Right. And now that you've gotten out of the wastelands, the dangerous areas, it's just a simple travel for a couple. But they've been delayed. Their vehicles, their wagons are.
Some wheels.
Yeah, their wagons They need to get a wagon right. It's going to be a little while.
And remember, we know what a wagon right is probably like a high-end, like anti-grav specialist or something,
Right,
right? It's
yeah.
not right.
It's definitely a Numenera wagon, so it hovers and nobody knows how. It just does. Right?
one corner doesn't.
Yeah,
Right
it just
now.
drags a little bit. Yeah. Right, and then they've got other wagons that are being pulled by these massive, strange, four-headed beasts of burden that need a particular food for their diet, and they had to go get some of that. And,
Right.
all of these Numenera difficulties.
Had to get the Purina.
Yeah, that's right. That
So
are
with all of this background information, Krail just says, "Caravan's late."
So Shalini shakes, nods and says, "Okay, this is important for us to know. We need to know when to start stockpiling fish, right? And if we start stockpiling it too early, it will spoil. So it's good for us to know when that merchant caravan will be arriving. Do you have an expected date?" Yes, they told you an expected date after the second moon rises.
Yep, we do. Oh, right. You. It'll be after the second moon. Listen, I'm not a talking person. I don't know why they made me talk.
You can see I'm like fighting not to talk because I'm very much a talking person.
So Shalini nods.
When you
and
slap
says,
me, I'm like,
"All right, then," she says. We've got about a week. Excellent. I will start stockpiling. I will order the fish to be stockpiled for the trade in about 5 days. Then that's important. We would have started stockpiling tomorrow, and we would have lost 4 days of fish. So thank you for that. Now we can
I recommend smoking it.
smoking. That's okay. I'll let the fish know. The fish folk know. I can tell you that smoked fish does not get the same price on the market that fresh fish do, but I'll give them that option.
Make it cool.
Normally, what happens is when we know that the merchant caravan's arriving soon, everyone goes and fishes as much as they can for 3 or 4 days. But now everyone won't go into the water right away. We'll wait 4 days for that big push. Meanwhile, the fish can just stay in the lake until then. All right.
They'll probably prefer that.
I think they might, but unfortunately, they don't get a say in it. Now, thank you. I would like to thank you for delivering this message. It is important. You will have saved us quite a bit of effort and ultimately money.
I can't stop myself from speaking at this point, so I'm like, of course, it is our divinely anointed duty.
Divine. Oh, okay. Well, here in Matha, we let 1,000 flowers bloom, right? There's room for people of all beliefs here in Matha, so we're welcome. What? And so I suppose she's a little confused by what you're talking about. She's trying to be understanding.
Diplomatic.
Yeah, and so
Like
she's
the
like,
rest of us.
that's great to hear. So if you like, we have a guest house that I will invite you to stay in if you would like. I assume you'll be waiting until the caravan arrives, though of course.
Yeah.
You're under no obligation to do so.
So we saw an inn on the way. I asked her about the inn. I'm like, good leader, what about this inn? Perhaps we can refresh ourselves there. Or tavern, sorry, tavern.
She says, "Oh yes, yeah. There is. Well, the guest house is usually for kind of, let's call them diplomatic visitors and dignitaries. Since you were helped the village, I offered it to you. It is. But you are more than welcome to stay.
Raz, don't make us pay.
No, I meant for refreshments.
You must be referring to the Ale and Scale. It serves as a kind of pub as for locals and inn for travelers. It's over on the left cheek. You'll recognize it. It's the one with the hundreds of taxidermied aquatic animals on the walls. Ale and Scale, you see. Oh, and then just then the assistant walks in, and he's carrying. Did Krail not specify what she wanted?
Oh yeah, I'll have some ale.
Okay, so 3 ales and a tea. The tea is
fish ale.
Yes, the tea is served in a mug that's been fashioned from the skull of a fish.
Ooh,
Nice.
Appropriate.
So it's kind of like
quaint.
like scrimshaw, if you know what that is. It's fashioned from whalebone, right? And it's kind of like intricately carved, and it has a blue warm liquid in it. So he hands that to you, and it smells of juniper. The other three have kind of broad mugs, almost shaped like a bowl, and it has something that looks like curdled milk in it.
Do not regret my choice.
And she there's one for her too, and she takes it in one hand and holds it up and kind of like tips it, like her head down towards it, and then just tips it back, and kind of gulp, and then sets it back down. Has a little kind of like gray remnants there from the liquid on her lip, which she just kind of rather politely wipes off.
I look at her and I'm like, this will get me drunk, right?
Oh well, it will create an effect that resembles drunkenness. It's not strictly alcohol. It's a byproduct of the fish in the lake that feed on the algae that grows where the water out of the cheek pours, and it has a very pleasant numbing effect.
So
Before
this
she can
beer-
finish saying any of that, Karner is already trying to get it all down in one go.
Okay.
Just
Excellent. So, full disclosure, this was not this is not Sharang's invention. This was mine. So if you think this is gross and horrible, blame me. Not her. So imagine. So there is actually a drink that is made, an alcoholic beverage made from curdled milk. A Central Asian drink. So I was kind of thinking about that.
Like yak milk stuff, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
And so it's like that, but it's from fish bladders instead. So
even better.
Fermented fish bladder juice, yes!
Listen, I don't want to burst anybody's bubble, but beer is made with fish bladders.
Woo!
It's some they call it isinglass or something like that.
We
And-
take the orcs to isinglass. Sorry.
and that's to stop it from forming ice crystals or something, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you've been drinking fish ale your whole life if you've been drinking ale.
Yay!
There you
Unless
go.
you get the vegan, and that's why vegan beer is a thing.
Oh,
Oh.
that makes sense.
I look at her doing this head thing, and I respect all creeds because after all they're just misinterpretations of my creed, and so I do the same thing she did and drink the liquid.
How very ecumenical of you.
Mechanical.
Oh, ecumechanical. Oh, I like that. Wink, wink. So let me just describe. So it tastes, well, a little bit like it sounds. It tastes like curdled fish milk. However, after you've swallowed it, the swallowing's the hard part, but after you've got it down, it actually is pleasantly, there's like a pleasantly salty aftertaste and a tingling kind of pleasant numbness. If you've ever had like Szechuan peppercorns, the real things, how they make your tongue tingle. It's a little bit like that all the way through. And then you kind of feel that a little bit all over your body. So that's kind of interesting.
Nice.
No regrets. Well,
Oh yeah.
not many.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So she then says, well, you're welcome to dine at the Ale and Scale. And if you want to stay there, of course, they are happy to have you. Otherwise, you can take a room at the
Sure.
guest house. Although I warn you, she kind of looks over your shoulder out the window that's behind you, and the sun is setting. And she says, it is getting dark. Of course, the Ale and Scale will be open late, but you might want to find a room in the next little while. If there's nothing else, she says, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. Let us know if you have any questions.
So we can go have dinner. We can also go talk to Atolas's kin if we want to. But yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Who is your city?
Who? Oh, you mean the head? Mm-hmm. Well, the history of this edifice is unknown to us. It's from one of the previous civilizations. We are relative newcomers here, actually. Matha is no less than a century old. I mean, it's just a few decades, really. And So some of the structures were actually here. The lift, for example, was here when we arrived, but and a few of the remnants of the planks. But we have rebuilt it and have made it our own.
I nod. In my head, it is the face of the divine, and this city must be blessed.
She.
Yeah, dude.
You say that out loud, or is that just?
No. I'm just nodding
Thinking it.
sagely, being like, this is a holy city. This must be the face of the divine.
Absolutely. So then she.
Maybe Epilas knows what I'm thinking because I'm always thinking that.
The
He's
same
like,
thing,
"Oh my God."
right. Absolutely. So she then kind of stands up, and she and her assistant kind of walk you out. And once outside, she says, "Again, thank you for delivering the message. You are welcome here." And she kind of nods once more. And unless you need anything else, she heads in.
So where should we go?
So you've got the guest houses right down the plank in front of you. Then down further and across the nose is the way to the ale and scale.
All right. Well, I'd like to drop off the non-essentials, so everything but the books, and then we can maybe enjoy the town's community.
Yep.
Get some.
Yeah, the scale sounds good. If we find the children, we can chat with them. They seem to like us, and I want to thank them for telling tales of our righteousness or whatever to the mayor.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so you stop by the guest house. It is well appointed, but simple. It is. You can tell that it's probably not used often. It is instead probably again for kind of special guests, people that are visiting dignitaries from other towns. So it's a little bit of an honor for you to be able to stay here for sure. It is unlike most of the other buildings. It is made of brick. It has, for some reason, all of the doors, there are no doors here. All of them are multicolored bead curtains. So you kind of do one of these to get in.
Yeah.
You drop your things off. There are multiple rooms. There's enough for each of you to have your own. You put some things in there. The door, you walk through the bead curtains and back onto the walk. And by this time, it is now dusk, and darkness has begun to fall. And as you walk across the nose, you see something strange in front of you. The village is quiet. It sounds like most people have retired for the day. But suddenly, out of the wood in front of you emerges something right through it. It floats right through the wood, and it looks like this. This blue, ethereal figure, almost like a ghost or something, comes right through the floor in front, about 20 feet in front of you, and hovers there for a moment, looking around.
Can I auto-activate a power?
Sure.
So I have the Sense Magic / Numenera power, and I'm going to say that's inbuilt into one of my devices, so I don't consciously activate it. It says you can sense where the Numenera is active in situations where its presence is not obvious. You must study an object or location closely for a minute to get a feel of whether the touch of the ancients is at work. So I'm honing in on this thing automatically, reflexively, being is this the touch of the ancients? Are Numenera active and present?
So you are focusing on this creature that seems to be, for the moment at least, ignoring all of you. What the rest of you doing? So Etolas, do you have something in particular you'd like to do in response to this?
Does IDing Numenera work for entities as well? Or is Numenera just devices or non-organic, non-living things?
So it would depend on what this thing is, right? So yes, it could if it were, for example, some sort of magical construct or something created by the Numenera or a cipher or an artifact or something. Yes, if it's just like a weird animal or person or individual you've not seen before, then it might not help. But you can try. So basically, what I'll ask you to do is do an intellect. And anybody who wants to examine this and isn't sure what applies, make an intellect test and set the difficulty is not in front of me right now. Hold on, let me get there. A 12, so difficult. No, let's go ahead and bump that up one to challenging. These are is not.
I only have
familiar.
8 in this. I'm gonna do it anyway.
I'm sorry.
I have like a really low number in this. I can't wait to do this.
Yeah. So you're going to be rolling a challenging intellect task to just see what you think this is. Now, don't deduct any things from it yet, because after you roll, I will tell you what I think you think it is. So was that Karner did you just roll a 20?
Yeah.
You rolled natural 20?
Yeah, I did.
And Krail rolls a 17. And Etolas.
I was planning on like failing that and going like, hey, it's a T-ghost because it's
I
blue.
also rolled a
Etolas like
17.
pulls
17?
out some books and starts like looking through them, flipping through pages, and like
It's
Wow.
so cool that he understands it deeply.
So
Yeah, and my Numenera, I rolled a 17 for my senses.
So I think that Etolas, despite being the most learned among you, is, I'm going to say,
on the books.
it's I'm going to say that you're distracted. Do you, if just its appearing is in fact, I would remind you of this. Let me just throw this in here. You have a inability in recalling lore.
Oh no!
So actually, you rolled. That would be like rolling a 1. I mean, because it's 3 lower, basically. Or another way to put it would be, is it raises the rank, the difficulty 1 higher. So
Right.
Yeah, I'm like looking through all the books and all the scrolls.
That's
and, like,
right. You're really, the problem is that all of these books are
Where
old
was
and
this
they
again?
don't have a good index, right?
Oh, that's why you need the books. You're
That's
bad
why I need the
remembering.
books.
You have to carry books with you all the time.
I can't remember all this stuff.
Yeah, they're part of your extended mind, right? As they say, right?
Yeah.
So, but the problem is that they're not well organized. So you are just, you don't know. You look and you're like, what is that? And you're just flipping through pages while everyone else is talking and making deductions. You're just like, no, it's not in this book. And then, the next one.
I swear I saw it somewhere here.
But I will say that Krail and Uraz, you look at this thing and you get the sense that this is not a Numenera. This is a transdimensional entity. So the fact that it just floats right through the wood suggests it's not fully existing on this plane of existence, right?
I'm convinced it's an angel in that case.
Right. So Karner, it just so happens you've run into one of these before.
Ooh.
And you know it as, you've heard it referred to as an abacos. Now this is it is in fact a transdimensional entity. You also know that it is incorporeal, like it's like you can't touch it, and it can't touch you, but it can choose to make itself temporarily corporeal enough to attack should you wish. Most of the time, however, it just leaves people alone. But with a 20, I'll give you one more thing. It is the one time you encountered it before, it did show interest in you because it wanted your Numeneras, your ciphers. It went after your ciphers. So on that note, I am going to make a GM intrusion. On for you, Karner, which of course you can choose to turn it down. Otherwise, you get 2 XP, 1 for you and 1 to give away.
Oh, and we all started with 2 XP, right?
You all start with 2 XP. That's correct as well. So you can use those for rerolls. I'll remind you if you know. So let me describe the. I guess I describe the intrusion and then give you the option of saying yes or no to it. Okay. So I'm going to say that this creature, the abacos, suddenly becomes interested in your ciphers, and Numenera is going to come over and see if it can't maybe reach out and touch them, acquire them maybe. How do you feel about that GM intrusion?
I think that is just fine.
Okay. So you get an XP, and you can give an XP to one of your fellow players.
All right. Do you want me to choose who gets it now?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to give it to Uraz because I feel like he's gonna need it.
I'm convinced it's an angel, so I'm just like falling on my knees and bowing my head at it.
It isn't interested so much at the moment in Uraz. It goes straight to Karner.
And just start backing up a little bit, like kind of dancing with, like, hey, awesome, this is happening again.
Right? This has happened to you before.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
All of a sudden, it shimmers, and it seems somewhat more solid.
Uh-oh.
I'm like hiding behind Karner. I like cause an illusion to like make me look like a rock.
So
like the
Krail,
stone of the cliffs.
absolutely.
Fantastic.
Oh, like you like meld into the
Yeah.
the stone. Nice.
So I can craft illusions. So it costs me 1 intellect point, but that's cool. I'm just like not here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to bother with initiative on this. We're going to see how this plays out narratively. So
Oh yeah.
Krail
Like,
steps
I'm not
back.
gonna-
You become one with the face. It's like, maybe this is not a reference that everyone is up on, but there's a scene in one of the Rambo movies where he's covered in mud, and then you can't see that he's there. There's just a guard standing there, and all of a sudden his eyes open, and you can see that there's a person there. So Krail's doing that. Just every once in a while, you see her glowing eyes, right? So Karna's backing up. Uraz is
Yeah, I'm like on my knees. My head is bent, and I'm furiously praying, and I'm like, "Glory be unto the divine who has tasked me with such a task. Your angel is in front of me. Please bless me with your glory."
what? Etilas, are you still distracted with the books? This creature is now.
Oh yeah, I'm
approaching
like, well, just one second. I think I found it. No. Yeah, I'm totally.
None of us are prepared to fight the thing.
Right. So it is solid, and it reaches out, and as it lifts its hand up, you realize that at the ends of its hands are long, quasi-metallic claws.
Are there
And-
3 of them?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
And it reaches forward, and it tries to, let me see what you've got, Karner, because I gave
God.
you all,
Yeah.
what do you call it? I gave you all ciphers. Where did I put those? I can't find where I put them. Where did I put them?
They're on the character sheets.
Oh, they're on the
Yeah.
character sheets? Okay.
Yeah.
So it reaches out and it's going to try to grab one of your ciphers. Oh, there it is. Yes. Okay. Let's say 1 is for transformation 1 2 is for invisible spike. Oh no, we don't want to lose the immovable spike. We were talking about how
Not the
that's
spike.
okay.
Quick, activate it. Then he can't grab it.
So I'm just going to click this so that everyone can see what I'm talking about. So you could get to here. One of the fun things about Numenera and ciphers is that they could take any form, right? So if you recall last week when we played Bug Hunt, that was a modern setting. So the ciphers what are called subtle ciphers. They were just going to look like mundane things like a pill or a shot or even
Or like
just
inspiration, right?
right,
Meant
exactly.
more like mental,
not
yeah.
Numenera. Numenera, nothing subtle here. So this could be
A damn thing.
anything you can imagine. It could be just like a magic item. It could be a glowing crystal. It could be like a biological entity that you attach to your face, for example. What do you think the transformation cipher looks like? And where might you store it or keep it or hold it?
All right, this is going to sound so stupid. All right, can the transformation cipher just be like a sci-fi skateboard with a tiger on it?
Absolutely. So,
All right,
Piece
fantastic.
of technology.
yeah, it's just a piece of tech, and you know that when you employ it, it transforms you into a beast. So this is your beast board. Where do you like have it strapped to your back or hanging at your hip?
Yeah.
Or okay,
Yeah, where he's not doing his knife tricks, he's trying to do like a kickflip. So yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
All right.
I grew up with kids like that. Yeah, knife tricks and
Okay.
kickflips. Yeah, all right. So it reaches out and it's trying to grab that. So I'm going to ask you to make a speed test to if you want to prevent that
yeah.
from happening.
Let's see.
And this is
And
going to
how
be difficult.
Okay. I feel like he would really not want to lose his skateboard. So let's see.
I'm imagining the skateboard is like Iron Man's like briefcase, where if you step on it, it starts
Yeah.
unfurling and transforms you. That's kind of cool.
I like that. A nano
Wait,
swarm
and I
comes
always
out
forget,
and-
like, when I'm using effort, like, if I use 3, how much is that using?
So in order to get 1 point of effort, you spend 3 from the relevant pool. If you have edge,
Okay.
then that reduces that cost. So if you have edge and speed, that you'd only spend 2 out of your pool, and that would lower the difficulty 1 rank from difficult to demanding, so from 12 to 9.
Okay, and I have 1 in there.
And if you're trained in
so-
speed defense, which I don't think you are,
I don't
that
think
would
so,
lower
no.
it again. But
So how much effort do I use then? Just 1?
you can only
Is it
spend
only-
1 point of effort at
Okay, I
one.
figured.
3
Okay,
points of the speed pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Effort is more abstract. Points are what you spend. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So, yes, because you made an effort, because you're like, you really don't want this thing to touch you, you are able to prevent its grasping hand from getting hold of your item.
These creatures skate or die first.
That's right. So no one's getting your board. All right. So you step back, and it hand kind of whiffs in the air, and it then kind of its face distorts, and it's like, and it becomes quite frustrated at you that you have swiped away its thing it was interested in. It was kind of a partially just curious. Then suddenly it goes like its head twists like this, and then it turns insubstantial, and then just moves through the wall of the building nearby.
I probably open my eyes, and I'm like, it must be leading us on a holy mission. Let us follow it.
Okay.
I look to everyone.
I like knock. I still look like a rock. And so like I just knock looking like
on the building that it went into?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm like, hello.
So the building it went into is, let's say you were, actually what it did, let me describe that, because you were across the nose. I'm going to say instead of going through a wall, because there's no building right there, it went down through the floor, actually.
Into a building.
Into the building below it, and it's just one of the homes.
Cool.
And as you're looking over the edge, you see that it came out of that building, it went through that building, and seems to be descending towards the bottom left of the face. So if you're looking back at the map, I'm pinging a little circle down in that direction.
It's cool. I didn't know you could do all these cool pings on Roll20.
Yeah, you just hold the left mouse button down.
Nice.
So it's going there, and seems to be the direction, and it disappears into that building and does not seem to emerge. So you can follow it.
Onward, disciples! We should head that way.
How do we get?
I'm sure it's somewhere here. I know it.
So you can't quite see, but if you look right here, that is actually a walkway.
Oh,
So if you're at the nose, you would head down that walkway, then across the plank, and then there's another walkway here, and that would take you all the way down.
I'd do that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would follow Clear. And I grab Etelas. I'm like, comrade, disciple Etelas, come.
Disciple. So, all right. So you are kind of chasing after this abacos that's descended through the floor and just kind of like flown through people's homes and then disappears into this one building. It takes you a moment to get down there because you've got to go the long way. You can't go directly. This building is a little. Let me get to the right place. I'm not looking at the right building. That is the wrong house. All right. So this is a house near the chin. Right? As you kind of come in, you come up to the door. The door is closed on this house.
So Krail were to knock, right?
It's a hanging.
Yeah.
This house is
So
a little
I
different.
knock on the appropriate house.
Right. So you knock on the door. This house is a little different than some of the others because it's actually not affixed to the face. It's hanging from two pillars that have been driven into the face somehow, and that look to be of a different build. So you get the impression that those pillars were there long before the village was made, and then they have since hung this small building from these pillars.
From it. Interesting.
Right. So it kind of swings very, very slightly.
Living in a swinging house, like
Right?
a houseboat. I love it.
All right. So it's small. So after a moment, the door opens, and there is a fisherman that you saw earlier. So the kind of dark-skinned gentleman with cuts all over his body, some old, some new. And there's no sign of the abacos at the moment. And he says, hello, visitors. Is there something I can help you with?
Yes.
It's middle of the night, right? Or it's like early night. Right?
Yeah, it's after dusk, so it's 9 p.m. Let's say.
We saw a wraith-like creature that came into your house, and I wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Friend, it was an angel. You have been visited by the divine.
Yeah, that.
Ghost dude.
So he looks at you and looks around, So let me give a very brief glimpse of what this place looks like. It's 3 rooms. So the front room is small and plain, and there's a small table, and it looks as though this is a place where he eats. And you can see there are 2 rooms behind it, one of which looks like a simple bedroom, and the other which there's just open doors here. Looks like so the house, by the way, is made of reeds probably from the lake below, and wood. The room, you see one room in the back looks like a simple bedroom, but the other room looks like a shrine of some sort, right? So there's like a weird little effigy of mud and seaweed you can see on a crude wooden altar in that back room. And
it doesn't look like this Abacos, does it?
It's not glowing and blue. It's made of mud, right? So it's
Like
humanoid
this
shaped.
kind of shaped like the same thing.
Not a lot. You'd have to go take a closer look because you're just glimpsing over his shoulder. There is, however, a strange orb that's floating above it. Then water is slowly pouring out of this orb and dripping
I
across.
activate my detect magic, detect divine. I'm gonna call it.
Detect divine. So remind me how this works. This is you just get to see
stare
things.
at it and it'll tell me if any divine influence is nearby.
Okay, so this is the detect magic ability, right?
Yeah.
So that's this. All right. You must study it. Okay, so yeah, you'll have to kind of take a look at it for a minute. Oh, by the way, I already told you that you used this above, and this creature did not seem to be a Numenera. It seemed to be a trans-dimensional being. All right.
Right. Yeah.
So
angel.
what is going on here? All right. So yes. So he asks you what's going on. You've told him there's a ghost. He looks around confused. He goes, I don't see any.
You saw nothing.
And he kind of gets a confused look. I was in my mother's room, and now I'm here. Why are you bothering me?
We saw a potential intruder come into your home.
He turns around and looks, and I mean, you can really in a glance see basically the whole place.
The whole thing.
He steps back for a minute. He sticks his head like this so that he can see into both rooms. He goes, "There's no one here but me."
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell he's starting to get agitated. Maybe he's uncomfortable with visitors or strangers, or he doesn't like you're not sure. If you want to get a closer read on him, that would require a roll. But for now, he just seems agitated and a little irritated by your questions.
If a minute has passed, do I get a reading from the shrine room?
Sure, I'll say by now, or by the end of this conversation, you get the impression that is a Numenera of some sort. You're not entirely, so what it doesn't tell you.
No, I think it just tells me that there is Numenera nearby.
Yes.
Like something is a Numenera or something.
Yeah, you definitely get the impression that it is something
Divine.
magical or divine, I should say.
Yeah, so I'm like, friend, you have a divine shrine. Perhaps that is what called the angels unto your abode. May we go in and pray at your shrine?
His eyes narrow a little bit because he's at the moment quite defensive. So I'm going to ask for an intellect test to see if you can.
Yeah, I'm going to put effort into this because, like, I want to pray at this shrine.
I'll say it's demanding.
Perfect. I have an edge, so that's good. I'm spending 2 points of intellect, and I am not good at any of these things, so I'm just rolling
all right,
straight.
6 or higher.
But I get one step for my effort.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 3.
So yeah, you needed a 6.
don't-
It was demanding, and then with your step of effort, it dropped to a 6. So he looks at you and says, "I don't know you, friend," and he says, "and I don't know whether you are sincere in wanting to worship the Wet Mother." He refers to this deity, or
I'm like, the Wet Mother. And obviously, the Wet Mother is clearly just, another name for the true divine.
Right.
And I'm like, tell us about the Wet Mother, friend.
he sighs and says, "Well, yes, go ahead, Krail. Let's hear."
But before that, you haven't seen any extra, like, this thing had claws, and we've seen claw marks around the village.
Yeah, someone's been defacing the village. We're trying to figure out who's been damaging our buildings. Some of the kids might be involved. They've been playing some strange game lately, but we haven't caught them in the act yet.
Seemed a bit tall for children.
It might be something else. I'm sure it's in one of the books I have. I'm sure I'll figure it out. But you say that this has happened for a while now.
No.
How long is?
Probably just a few weeks. Yeah.
A few weeks. That's a long time.
And I'm trying to still gaze at the wet mother.
No, I didn't see any blue figure. I don't know what you're talking about. There's nobody here. And the wet mother is it's the guardian of all fishermen and people who explore the depths, right? The wet mother looks after us when we go down into the water.
I bow my head and I'm like, may the blessings of the wet mother be upon you, friend. What is your name?
Oh, I am Varun. And this is my home. It was once my mother's home, Sheila, but I've recently lost her a few months ago.
Terribly sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so let me describe him. He's tall, he's kind of muscular, you might say attractive.
Ooh.
He has light brown skin, he has a bunch of scars. He seems generally cheerful and friendly, but he, again, got some of your questions, he seemed to get distracted, like he lost his train of thought, and started getting defensive. You're not sure what that's all about. Like I said, if somebody wanted to read him, that's a roll. But otherwise,
yeah. Could I? I noticed that happen. Could I make an intellect check to kind of read that?
Sure. If you want to try to figure out what is wrong with maybe is he hiding something? Is he lying? Whatever you like.
Yeah.
That would be relevant.
Is he like missing memories? What difficulty should I put this for?
Let's put this as, I think this is not super easy, so I'm going to say difficult.
Okay.
Good effort.
Yeah, this is something I don't know much about, so I want to really get into this. So I'm going to do one effort, and I don't think I have.
So that would spend. You have an edge in intellect, so you're spending.
And I do 2 points.
2 points from intellect.
2 pool points. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then that'll drop it to demanding, but the die roller will take care of that. Just put difficulty at one edge.
Okay.
Ooh, a 13. That beats it.
Nice.
All right. So, yeah, you get the impression that he is that at first he became flustered and confused, and then he got defensive because he became flustered and confused.
Okay.
Why he's flustered and confused by your questions isn't clear. You can't tell just by looking at him. You just know that your questions at first just confused him, as opposed to angered him or offended him or something like that, right? He gave what, and then and
it's not because he was like sleeping, and it's not like he was sleeping.
No.
It looks like the impression. All you can tell just by looking at him speaking is that you asked him questions about a ghost coming to this area, or this blue creature, and then he turned around and started looking and became confused, and that made him upset. Is what the look is. Now, whether that means he's confused because why would anyone ask me this question, or did I see a ghost? I don't know, or whatever. Yeah. You're not sure why. So he says, "Look, no one's here. The lake is the source of the blessings from the Wet Mother. So, should you wish to worship the Wet Mother in your own way, I would invite you to descend to the depths. If you do want to do that, and if you have permission from Shalini, then we might be able to help facilitate that.
With those things, yeah.
Yes, with a prana symbiont, he says.
Prana symbiont.
So, just in case.
I turned to Karner, our leader, even though he's still a disciple.
Of course.
And I'm like, perhaps we shouldn't wake the mayor now. Perhaps we should look for these children who might be defacing this holy city.
They should be.
I mean, it was the ghost that wasn't a ghost that's stealing everyone's shit. But sure, yeah, let's look for the kids, dude.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
So the decision then is to go hunting for children, right?
Yep. We're going children hunting.
Sorry for the disturbance. We'll leave you to yourself now.
Perhaps I can come worship with you another time.
Yes, please take him.
So he looks, he's like kind of chuckles at this, and you get the impression that his kind of like natural demeanor is returning, and he says, "Well, friends, thanks for stopping by to visit it. I mean, it sounds like you are coming here just out of natural concern for my well-being. I appreciate that. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy Matha. For whatever reason you came, I know you had business with the mayor. If you do, in fact, want to go for a swim and perhaps learn the art of fishing, I would be happy to help. Until then, good night." And he kind of bows his head in a way similar to the way Shalini did earlier, and then he kind of closes the door.
Sure. Not to bring the topic to peeing again, which I know we did a lot of last week. Can we take a pee break?
Yes, this would be a perfect time for a bio. So why don't let me give a little teaser. As you walk up the ramp away from Varun's house, which is down at the kind of corner here, you kind of walk up the ramps past the houses back into the kind of central area of town. You hear one level above you the sound of footsteps, many small children's footsteps running. Ooh. So it's out. It seems a little late. I mean, you don't know what the customs are of this town, but
those kids need to be in bed.
Says the Aeon priest.
Yeah, right. Get off of my lawn. All right, so at that point, we'll take a quick break, and we will be back in about 10 minutes. All right?
Woo.
And we're back. Hi, I'm Eugene Marshall, and this is Sigil Spotlight. We are a community of diverse creators spotlighting each other's work each week. Today, we are playing a Numenera adventure using the Cypher system from Monty Cook Games. It's titled The Head in the Cliffs. It's written by Sharang Biswas, our player here, and it appeared in CypherCast magazine issue 9, available on DriveThruRPG at a link below in the stream. Thus far, our characters, and you can see them on the overlay here, we've got Krail and Karner and Etolas and Udaz, and they have been sent to this village of Matha, which is built on this massive monolithic head in a cliff. And they've been sent here to deliver a message about a delay in the merchant caravan, and they've delivered it. But then when leaving to go get rest and respite, they have discovered some strange phenomena happening in the village. First of all, there are these strange transdimensional beings called the Abacos that they encountered, and they were able to know what it was thanks to Karner having encountered one before. And this creature just passes through matter, solid matter. It can become solid, and it tried to take one of Karner's ciphers, one of his magically or technologically advanced devices. But then it got distracted by something and went shooting downward towards one of the homes at the bottom. And the group pursued it, only to discover that inside was a fisherman named Varun, and he seemed to have no awareness of any ghost or spirit or Abacos entering his area, but he also was kind of flustered and confused by some of the characters' questions. And just as they were leaving, they decided they wanted to find out what was going on with the children that they had heard about. The children, I might add, having playing some sort of interesting LARP game, and as well as suddenly being seen out late at night, probably later than they should be. That is where we left off. The characters are now a short distance away from where these children are allegedly playing, one level up. So let's go ahead and briefly recap everyone's characters, and then I'll ask each of you what you would like to do. Go ahead, Krail.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Eargang, playing Krail, a stealthy jack who crafts illusions and is generally disillusioned.
Sounds right. Karner.
I'm Karner. I'm Elijah, use he, him pronouns. I'm playing Karner, who is a swift glaive who fights with panache and can't stop doing sweet-ass tricks.
Yeah.
That is definitely panache.
Cypher.
Absolutely. Etolas.
Andrew Cisco, he, him. I'm playing Etolas, strong-willed nano who always needs to reference his books for information.
Because he has no long-term memory.
Yeah, with better or greater or lesser success. And Uraz.
And I'm Sharang Biswas, and I'm playing Uraz, a mechanical jack who fuses flesh with steel and is convinced of his own like divinity and that all this technology is blessings from the divine.
Right. And these are angels, these Abikos, of course.
Oh yeah, these Abikos are clearly angels, like they're transdimensional, or what else can they be?
Perfect.
Oh,
All right.
That's shit.
So let's see. You're standing on this platform below. Let's hear. What is Krail doing? You've talked about as a group that you wanted to figure out what these children are up to.
Because the fishermen said they were involved with these scratches or whatever.
Yeah, the villagers have been kind of assuming that the children are behind these vandalism that's been happening all over town of these scratches.
So maybe they summoned the Abacos.
Yeah, something has brought these Abacos to visit the village, and they seem to be the one probably doing the scraping. But the villagers
saw the appendages of the Abacos.
The claw marks, right. So with the villagers assume it's the children up to no good. But there's more story there, you think, so you wanted to investigate, and you hear the children out at night, which you were surprised to hear. Krail, it's just a quick jog up the platform. What would you like to do?
I point upwards and I say, the children, we should track them down. And I just start running. Just jog up there. I don't even care if anybody follows me.
Phyllis follows suit.
You're gonna run.
All right.
Yeah, I wanted that's what we decided. So I'm like, yes, this seems to be our destiny.
So you run up the platform, and as you turn the corner, you see that there are indeed several children you can see scattered around through the area, and they seem to be engaged in some sort of game. There are, for example, several of them in the center area, again near the nose, where they are they're shouting at each other it looks like they're role playing effectively. They're like a LARP, if you will.
And so, who would do
nerds?
I know.
Dweebs.
Right. So that's what they're up to. And it looks like, again, there's one child, maybe 12-year-old girl. She has kind of a round face, nut brown skin, dark shoulder-length hair. And actually, now that she's closer, because they were off in the distance before, you see that on each side of her neck, she has 3 thin parallel lines marked on her skin like tattoos. And she's kind of bossing the others around. She seems to be like the director, if you will, of this game.
Are the parallel lines similar to the claw marks?
Well, they're much, much smaller. These lines look perfectly clean and symmetrical.
Okay.
They're drawn on.
They look like tattoos.
Like tattoos, yeah.
They don't. They're not. They're not wounds or scars. They look like ink or like a marking of that sort.
I don't trust them. These children.
And this was the same girl from the morning, the same leader.
Yeah, she seemed to be the
Girl,
one
yeah.
that they were kind of like deferring to, and she is pointing at others and shouting at giving directions to them, and they're running around shouting about saving the Vargellan. And you would know in your experience across the land that in the Ninth World that the Vargellan are a species of intelligent life. They're people. And so apparently a family of Vargellan has been captured by flesh-eating automatons based on what they're talking about. And it's their job to explore the underwater tomb of the wicked witch Karabara, is what she's shouting at them about. And so then they're running around and they seem to be engaging in play act fighting. Describe how you're interacting or not with them. Let's hear what is Karner up to as these children do this?
Try to find the kid that was pointing at him and clapping before, so hopefully you can do another trick and have them clap to him again.
Okay.
You can't find them, so he's just gonna start trying new
Your
tricks again.
priorities.
Oh yeah.
So that
That'd be
child,
fucking cool.
yeah, that child was a youngish boy, maybe 10, and you actually see him quite close. He is one of the people that is near the kind of leader girl, and he's standing. But now that he's much closer, you also notice that like he's got a bunch of scrapes on his knees and elbows. It looks like you're not sure what exactly that's about. And he doesn't seem to see you because maybe he's not paying attention because he doesn't exactly have his back to you, but he just kind of seems to be staring off into the distance.
Well, he certainly doesn't see me.
Now that you
Apparently.
Still a block of stone?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I had that.
Okay, but aren't we somewhere that there isn't stone anymore?
now
You're
what,
like a moving pillar of stone.
Yeah.
it's mostly wood around here, but that's fine.
Okay.
But you notice something unusual, Karner.
Uh-huh.
This child's eyes are closed, but they're like running, jumping, doing somersaults, acting like they're fighting some invisible foes, and like playing. They're doing the game. But in fact, now you can see that all of the children's eyes are closed.
He was about to try to do another flip, but he stops and is like,
They can't see you, or not. You don't think so? Their eyes seem to be closed.
yeah. All right. Let me see. Okay, so
You can trip them so that they pay attention to you.
that's great advice,
Don't
Krill.
run.
Thank you.
I turn, I'm like, my disciples, these children, their eyes are closed. Which is stating the obvious because he doesn't know what else to make of this.
What about you, Atelas? What are you doing in response to this?
Well, HLS does not know how to deal with children, so he's out of his element with that. But once you all point out something odd going on with them, he starts noticing. So everyone besides the leader kid has their eyes closed, right?
Oh no, the leader kid's eyes are closed too.
Leader kid's also closed. Yeah.
She's still shouting to them as though she knows where they are and what they're doing, and they
Do they
react.
seem
Is there
to
any-
be responding in a random way from her orders, or are they actually responding to her orders?
After watching for a minute, it looks like that they are. She is in fact like directing them. She'll say, "Here come the blah," and then they turn and act like they're fighting the blah, and then they run around and interact with their eyes closed. Although again, it's actually quite rough play. So many of them are, like fighting and then throwing themselves to the ground in dramatic fashion.
Oh, that's the bruises. Okay, that must be this. Great.
And so you can see that's probably that, right?
Is there anything on her person that might be giving her some added ability to guide them all?
You
that
can
I
make an
see?
intellect check to see if you, let's say, detect Numenera or.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can they?
Yeah.
Can he add his Numenera identification?
Can I
Yes.
can I help Etelas
Cool.
with my power and give him an asset? Because I have the detect divine, so I want to help Etelas.
Yeah,
with that.
I think that's totally fair. So this is going to
And
drop it from challenging, difficult, I'm sorry, to, that would drop it to demanding, and then if Atelas is trained, that would drop it to standard.
So do you want me to set it at difficult and then add the asset to it when I roll?
If you want to do that, I mean, at this point, this is just how we manipulate the sheet. So you can set it at
Okay.
difficult, and then you can say 1 effort, 1 asset, and it'll roll it appropriately, or you can just set it at standard and just roll it without any of that. It's the same effect.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go.
You basically just need to beat a 6 on your D20 is all that really matters.
Cool.
Or meet a 6, I should say. 6 or
All
higher.
right. I'm going to roll ID Numenera, setting it demanding, so it should drop it down, right?
And then you get an asset from me.
And then there we go.
Divine sense.
Perfect. There it is. That's exactly what you needed is a 6 to beat 6. So you hit the target number. That's a success.
All right.
Yeah, she does not seem to have any devices. It does not. Now, there are some Numenera that you're invisible, like if it's something you swallow or if it's something that's implanted in a way that you can't see. So there might be one, but you don't get the sense that there's a Numenera active here at all, actually.
Right.
Because I personally have the ability to telepathically link with people, so it could be something like that.
In
That I
fact,
can't see.
Could you link with her and find out what she's doing?
If she accepts, then potentially, yeah.
Well, you can find out.
Yeah, can you
Okay.
ask her?
sure.
I said, brother
Yes.
Etelas, you know of the minds and souls of people. Can you reach into her holy soul and question her?
You do. You are, I might add. a nano who commands mental power. So
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and
I
answer?
will see if she'll accept.
Okay.
So I will, I guess, reach out with my mind
Mhm.
and see if she accepts the telepathic bond, which costs 1 intellect point.
Yep. If you want to go ahead and roll that just so the text is up there.
And it'll cost 0 for you
Absolutely.
because it's free. 'Cause
Yeah, you have 1 edge, so it's free.
Oh, yes, you're right. That's how
You
that
can just
works.
keep doing telepathy all the time.
That's so true. I didn't even think about that. That's great. Okay, here, I posted it there.
Okay. So let's see. How should I do this? Let me read the language just so I know exactly what you're doing here.
I'm really
so
excited, you guys.
it's two-way communication. It can last up to 10 minutes. You can make it go longer with effort. And it says speaking, so it just says it's speech. However, I would like you to make an intellect defense task.
Ooh.
And I'm going to say
Okay.
this is intimidating.
Ooh.
Okay, so I have resisting mental effects.
That will drop it 1 rank. You can spend effort if you want, or you can see what happens.
Because I'm curious, like, would I have any inkling on what?
Yeah, you can choose not to resist as well.
Okay, but do I have an inkling on like what this may be that's like going to rush through my mind? Like, is it an attack or is it like
Let's say
stimulus
when you
through the
reach out,
connection?
you get the impression that she is reaching back to you, and it's just, let's say that, like higher bandwidth is coming back your way than you're sending.
Okay, then I will risk it and I'll allow it to connect.
Okay. So Karner, Krail, Uraz, you look over and Etolas's eyes close.
Yeah.
And he begins behaving erratically. Etolas, I'll just leave you there for a moment.
Him.
You what?
I trip him.
You trip him.
I like playing tricks on people. It's a thing.
Okay, so I'm going to check in with Etolas, and then I'll come back and see, and we'll see what happens. So Etolas, you reach out with your mind, and then you see this girl. Well, she doesn't actually turn and look at you, but you see her turn and look at you. And suddenly, you're not in Matha anymore. You're in a forest. And the trees here are made of silver shards of glass, and they wave in the wind with a strange tinkling sound. In front of you is a strange, huge, 8-limbed tree person, and hair of moss hanging down to probably it looks kind of like a woman humanoid, down to her knees. She has twisted features and large claws, and there are 7 or 8 children around you, dressed in various forms of armor, carrying bizarre and incredible weapons. One of them has a sword that's 10 or 15 feet long they're running around with. One of them has a massive cannon that they're shooting at this huge wooden giant wicked witch tree. And floating above them with little orbs around her head is an angelic girl that you recognize as the one you had spoken to and that connected to. She looks down and says, "Help us! Come, Etolas! We must defeat Karabara!" And then she's shooting lightning out of her hands. This wicked tree witch turns to you and says, I'll be eating you next, and lunges at you. Please make a speed defense test.
Oh my.
This is amazing.
Speed defense. Okay.
I think this is challenging.
Yeah. Well, since I know this is in my mind, could I use my resistance?
I didn't say that.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, I guess Etolas assumes it is.
He might, but it feels real.
Okay.
You feel free. So you tell me how you react. If you want to let the creature grab you, we can find out how that goes.
I mean, I don't want to. He doesn't want to, but he assumes that like his mental prowess will allow him to like just push away from this. we'll see how that roll goes. What defense did you say this was, or difficulty?
This is speed, to get out of the way of the giant
Speed, yeah.
of Karabara, the wicked witch.
And then what difficulty?
This is challenging.
Ooh, all right. He's going to be confident about this, so he's not going to spend any points.
All right.
It's much funnier that way anyway.
Yeah. So he's like, oh, okay. Well,
Wow,
okay.
natural 20.
Yes,
Whoa!
well.
Critical hit. Your
Okay.
confidence is well placed.
So this
My
creature
delusional
lunges
confidence.
forward, and as it does, you look up and you see that it's got a big bar above its head, which is about 2/3 of the way full with green light. Right? And as its hand swings, you just step to the side easily, and it slams to the ground. And there's this huge crashing sound, and electricity shoots out of it where it hit the ground. It lunges, it tumbles forward because you did such a good job of stepping out of the way just at the right moment, loses its balance and tumbles to the ground next to you. The children turn and start attacking it instantly. The girl floating above says, "Now's our chance. Etelas has disabled her," and she's shooting lightning into the back of this creature.
Go ahead to last.
That's what's happening for you. Krail, you see Etelas moving around like this. You stick your leg out, and Etelas just falls right over, but does not wake up. Just smack
On the ground.
on the ground. In fact, I'll say that you lose 1 point from your might pool from smacking your head on the wooden walkway here.
Wait, does he perceive that as when he jumps out of the way of the witch?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what happens. Like that's the feeling of you dodging deftly. Like, wow, you really felt that.
Yeah, you in your head, you matrixed it.
Yeah, exactly. And so Etelas, you're kind of like dodging around, and you're all rather impressed with his agility here, but he seems to be in another place. So I will, at this point, Etelas, there is some part of you that's dimly aware that this isn't. You were in math. You still remember this. You're not totally lost to this. So if you want to try to resist and pull yourself out of it, you can, or you can kind of see where this goes.
Okay. I'm definitely intrigued because this is probably something ancient, like Numenera device, influenced by, because this is too powerful for any one person to be in charge of, I guess. So I will stick with it for now.
Oh.
So I'll describe one more thing that you see, and then I'll jump back to the other three. So they pile on this creature, and then and you see the bar quickly draining, right? As they beat on it, and but she stands back up, this witch, and throws them off, and you see all of the little numbers appear above their heads as they hit the ground, and they have little bars that go down, and one of them pulls out a feather and throws it at one of his fallen friends, and the person kind of gets back up and seems to be revived. This sort of thing. So this is all going on, and this battle is just this long pitch. It's a boss battle, everybody. And, she conjures minions, and the fight goes on. And for you, it's just like a perfectly immersive kind of virtual reality MMO or something you're engaged in. But the rest of you see just Etelas has now joined the children in play acting some incredibly intricate and quite physically active LARP. Fortunately, none of them have thrown themselves off the railings or anything like that. So there's still some sense in which they're aware of their surroundings, but they are they're throwing themselves into it. So they could throw themselves to the ground, and they jump up and they swing at invisible foes, and they're shouting to each other. But it's not super loud. Actually, it's kind of like a stage whisper, all right, let's do this sort of thing. Because otherwise, after all, the rest of the village would come out. The rest of the villagers don't seem to have seen this. The children continue to run through the village and ducking in and out of dark places and continuing their play. So you guys all see Krail, Karner, and Udaz see Etelas get swept up in this as this kind of little LARP just moves along down through the village. Karner, Udaz.
Do we see any more of the ghosts, the angels?
You don't see any at the moment.
Okay.
Go ahead and make an intellect test. to see, like to perception check,
Oh,
effectiveness.
I got a 17.
17. Okay. You don't see any of them, but you do glimpse the fisherman walking back up towards
The Varun, the one we met.
Yeah, Varun, the one you met earlier. He's just kind of he is off in the distance, walking upwards towards the ale and scale. So the children have kind of moved on by this point, and Etelos is starting to head west over towards the kind of western, or I guess that would be the far right cheek. So, if you're looking at the map.
I have an idea to help Etelos if you guys...
He seems to be for all... Well, go ahead. What do you got to ask?
So I have a cipher called a Mind Wipe, which flies in a short range, exploding in immediate radius, and all creatures forget the last 5 minutes, right? And I know what this cipher does, and I know that Krail tried to wake Etelos up. It didn't work, and I'm like, well, looks something mental, because that's what that's his power, right? I'm wondering if I throw this cipher at the leader and Etelos, who are close to each other, will it shock their mental thing and undo the whole mental thing, whatever that's going on? Because to me, it looks like she's sort of commanding him, right?
That's fair. Does that? So you want to go ahead and throw it?
I was thinking, the others know about this cipher, so I tell them, I think I can use this divine armament to help our friend Etelos. And I pull out, and let's see, the Mind Wipe. The Mind Wipe looks like a series of interlocking rings that are rotating in a kind of weird geometry that's hard to actually look at very carefully, because it's like kind of non-Euclidean rotations of these rings.
Nice.
But yeah.
So that's how it wipes your mind.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes you go, oh, what?
And it breaks. So is everyone? I mean, so Uraz is asking if he should do this. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
How do Karna and Krail respond?
Yeah, if they say yeah, I toss it.
Do it.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So you throw this. I don't remember what level it is.
It's a level 3.
Level 3. Okay. So you throw this in the crowd, and it's there's several.
Trying to hopefully aim for the girl and Etelos if possible.
So you might have to wait a few minutes for Etelos to kind of near, but they're all running around rather pell-mell. So you just toss it in there and ended up getting. It's an area thing, so it's not. You don't really have to be that accurate. So there's this. What does it look like when this thing detonates, so to speak?
When the thing detonates, the rings suddenly interlock, and space around it, for an instant, flickers.
All right. So there's this flash, and space flickers there, and then
as though you blinked, but your eyes are open.
Oh, right, right, and
But they wouldn't.
all of the children and Etelos in the area stop moving. And the children all of the children in and out of the area, eyes still closed, just begin to walk away back to their separate homes. Etelos is standing there, and begins blinking, and it's time. You're on your way to the ale and scale, Etelos. Oh no, you're on the way. Yeah, that's all you. Yeah. Or no, weren't there children you were looking for? You're not. You were talking to Varun the fisherman, and then you decided to leave, and now here you are. You don't remember any of the MMO adventure.
Oops. All the information. Oops, I wiped our information source. Sorry, you guys.
Great job going on that.
I thought it would break him out of the spell.
You did.
You did fantastic.
I did break him out of
Did what you wanted.
I look around. Where's the rest of it? Where's everyone? I'm confused.
Yeah, you're not standing far from them. They're 20 feet away, looking at you. Also, by the way, you've got a nasty knot on your forehead. A little blood there. You're not sure where that came from. Did you must have?
Do not look guilty.
Do I have a book in my hand?
Of course.
Did I get distracted again?
You must have.
Angela, are you all right, my disciple?
Yes. I think.
And I turned to Krail and Karna. I'm like, oh, let us question him about what happened to him.
idea.
What do you mean?
So what happened when you were consumed by the children's whatever they were doing?
Gotta go
what?
south.
I tried to wake you up, but it didn't work.
You don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know what you're referring to. We were just leaving the house after talking to that fisherman guy.
And
So can we take a minute to explain to him what we saw?
Sure. Do
Yeah.
you want to say you have done that?
Yeah. We'll just
Yeah,
describe
right.
rather than actually describe it because you know what it is. But
Right. So they describe you behaving in the way in this play acting way, and you have no memory of such things. You don't know, and did you explain to him that you threw a mind wipe device at him?
I tell him I used the divine armament to pull you out of this magical curse.
Which one?
And I just because you know all my ciphers, you're an Aeon priest, right? So I'm like the interlocking rings thing.
That wipes your memory. You know what that is. Yeah.
Broke his brain, your eyes. What the fuck?
Like, but we broke the curse.
Yeah, well, you broke him.
And I don't remember anything that happened.
This is really funny because Etelas is also the guy who has memory issues, right?
Yeah. You're just a problem here.
Right.
Maybe this is why he does. You've done this before to him
Yeah.
no,
The deep lore.
too many times.
Yeah.
they once found a cache of like 10 of them.
This is the last one.
Goodness.
That would be so funny.
Yeah, I can totally imagine Uraz just had used burned through 10 of them just in one game of poker. Like, no, I didn't make
Like,
that good. Right?
But Italis does remember that he did notice the fishermen seemed to be confused about the time
That's true.
between the entity going into the building and we talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And something may have happened to his memory as well.
So I'm like, ooh, what if the same thing that happened to Etelas happened to the fishermen?
Well, that would mean that another device would have had to be used, right?
No. What
you
happened to you
inhabited by-
Or you
while
mean,
you
like-
were being controlled?
Because, hey, you, Karner, who's met Abikos before, can they do this kind of thing? Are they
can do
known to
that?
have mental powers where they can?
Well, I'll give on your natural 20 to be familiar with the Abikos. In your experience, no. In your experience, they actually rarely interact with the corporeal world, except they will turn corporeal in part to kind of suck the power out of a cipher or a Numenera. But they
so
don't.
it actually burns through it.
Yeah, so had that creature
Okay.
grabbed hold of your cipher, it would have drained it of its power, and it would have been inert. And that kind of feeds them. But other than that, no, they don't have any way of. I mean, other than that, in their claws, they have no way. You never saw them do anything else. No mind.
So the
stuff.
fact that they would claw these walls would be very weird to Karnu.
Yeah, it's like, why are they doing this? It seems like there's. That's not immediately clear what they're up
By
to.
the way, I just realized that I have a clawed gauntlet. And
Ooh.
so I'm like hiding it.
So people don't think it's you.
So
Yes,
I think
blame me.
I tell the team, should we talk to either the fishermen or find that girl and children again?
We need to speak to the children. Yeah, it's definitely the one that was in the lead.
But great, but I'm like, but don't try your soul-gazing theological magic on it. That's what got you into trouble last time.
What did I do exactly?
Well, you were going to try to talk to her, and then you started running around like a madman.
Okay. All right. I will refrain from speaking to the child.
So you could without too much trouble follow one of these children, including the leader, if you will, back to her house or their houses.
And we also saw Varun leave his house and head towards the Aelin Scale, right?
Yeah, so he was heading in that general direction. So you guys were near the left, I guess the right nostril, under the right eye, near the mayor's house. And Varun had gone up the stairs and was heading to the other side of the face. But if you want to try and track him down, you can, or it's children or Varun right now. Which would you like to do?
Well, we're on this lead with the children. Let's keep going with that.
Okay. So you're able to follow the child that was the leader, and you come to one of these small huts. You're outside this closed door.
Did she go in?
Actually, she goes around to the side and climbs in a window.
Oh.
So let's say you're over at this little house way on the left there.
So
I
we
think
just
the
be like,
coroner-
knock on the door, be like, "Pardon me, can I speak to your child in the middle of the night?"
I'm not a stranger.
So how does this go?
Yeah, I turned to Coroner for instructions. He's the team leader, even though he's my disciple.
Yeah, I know. All right. He just kind of looks around and he's like, "Does anyone here like kids? Who knows about kids?"
I can inspire them with the zeal of my faith.
Yeah, we're not trying to get them to go to service. Hey, Edelus. All right, you talked to kids before.
Maybe it's might not be a good idea for me to talk to them.
No, just don't do your brain thing. Just talk with your human words.
Thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
when you did your soul gaze to look at her undying immortal soul, that's what caused the problem last time.
Every time he does that, I just forget everything I was going to say. But yeah, don't do that.
I don't do well with kids, but okay.
All right, listen.
The
Here's what we're gonna
hardest thing
do.
to do in this adventure is for us to talk to kids.
I know, right? Monsters, no problem. Kids, terrifying.
They
This
are
is actually
terrifying.
true.
It
Yes,
is true.
actually, though.
Listen,
I have
all you
noticed
gotta do is you go up to the door and you say that kids are out after hours, making trouble, and that I don't know.
Oh, we're gonna.
You have
do
to figure it out after that,
Get him
but
in
that's
trouble.
how you start.
So who's knocking? All right, knock, knock, knock. You hear some noises
I'm gonna
inside.
knock and then just step aside.
Grail disappears. Stone.
Bye.
Stone. I love that's your signature illusion. Stone.
I'd like to think that it's nowhere near a wall of stone. It's just out in the middle of the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Just a pillar.
if somebody was not on the walkway looking towards me, I would be completely hidden.
I'm trying to.
But since most people are looking towards the building, it's just there's a stone person.
I'm standing there. Yeah.
Sick lawn ornament.
Yeah, right?
Lawn ornament.
So the door opens, and there's two men standing there, and they just kind of look like they had been having a meal or relaxing or whatever. And one of them says, they both kind of look like many of the other people in this village. So they have kind of darker skin, they have short, dark hair. They look to be, in their 30s. And the taller one says, how may I help you?
Good evening. We just ran into a bunch of the children that were out roughhousing, and we saw. I assume it's your daughter. Run back here, and unfortunately, during the incident, they might have seen something that we need to talk to them about.
Are you telling me Sweta has been out? I don't. She's been. And so then the shorter one kind of immediately walks back and disappears into the house a little further. You hear a door open. The door closes, and then he comes back and he's like, "She's asleep in her bed." And we've
She
left.
climbed up the window, good sir. Did you
Children
notice
are
the window was open?
Well, I mean, we normally. He then hold on a minute, and then so he turns around and walks back, and then the taller gentleman invites you, and he's like, why don't you come in? I saw you arrive earlier to speak to the mayor. Forgive me. This is all very irregular, but please come in. We are always friendly to guests here. Would you like some fish ale?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, though.
And he says,
Yeah.
"Well, you know, my husband brews it. He's so please thank him when he comes back. It's really his pride and joy."
I loved it. It was so tasty. It caused a tingly feeling in my body.
So he
Parts of our flesh.
gestures towards a table that only has 3 chairs at it, and he's like, "Oh well, if some of you would like to sit," and then he goes into over to there's a little like carafe on the counter because it's not carbonated; it's just like a room temperature liquid you were served, and pours it into a cup and
delicious.
pours cups for you, but not one for himself, and hands it all to you. And then a few minutes later, the other man comes back and says, "Well, the window's locked. Now, it's possible that she moved furniture to climb out, but she's never been known to do that before, and we normally lock the window and the door, though admittedly, she's clever, and she could figure out how to unlock it if she really wanted to get out, but, you know, I don't know why she'd lie about that."
He's like, the children had bruises and scrapes all over them from all this rough housing and playing roughly, and we're worried about their safety.
So they kind of look at each other.
Also, they were running around with their eyes closed. It was weird.
So the shorter,
Says the stone.
yeah. Says the stone, right? What? I didn't see you
I
there.
agree with
Oh,
the stone.
you terrified me. He only brought out 3 cups because he didn't even see you.
Right,
Kale.
he didn't see you there.
The stone looks disappointed.
I give you a sip of mine.
Aw, thanks. This is why I
And-
still keep you around.
Etola?
As a strong-willed nano who doesn't remember the incident he just experienced,
Oops.
he will, even though the others discouraged him to do it, he will attempt to get in contact with her telepathically again.
Soul gaze.
Yeah. So since I know that she's in the room, I don't need to see her.
Yeah.
I just reach out and see if she like takes the link.
So Etolas kind of closes his eyes for a minute and concentrates. Well, I'll come back to you. Karner, what are you up to?
Let's see. Is it obvious enough what Etelis is doing, or no?
It looks like he's up to some mind stuff again. I mean, you don't know where
For other people, would it look like Atelas is just thinking hard or something?
I mean, tell me, Etolas, do like, because you could, for example, this is a Numenera power, right? So it could involve, anything. It could an entity could grow out of your head. You know, devices could shoot off of your body, or it could be totally subtle. It's totally on your call.
So I think like the normal person who doesn't know Etolas wouldn't notice it, but since I've been traveling with these folks, they've known my quirks, and so with the telepathic bond, I probably like stroke my temple like over and over again, and so it's like a habit that I don't notice I do. And so the telepathic power, my nano powers are all like internal, and so normally they're not very visual, but I do have quirks and tics that go with them that they've noticed.
So the rest of you know,
They-
Karner, you know what he's up to. He's doing some of his mind activity. Is it the telepathic connection that you've seen him do? It might be, yeah. But you don't know, you can't tell to whom he's communicating. He could be communicating to Krail for all you know. But of course, the last time you saw him do this, he was communicating with the girl, who has now been named as Sweta, and by her fathers. And so that he might be doing that again. He doesn't seem to be reacting like he did yet.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is kick Krail under the table, probably way too hard, and then go, like, the brain stuff, and just completely not make sense to anyone else here.
Why are you talking to me?
Look at it! Look at him right now!
I can hear
I
you
look at him
guys.
and I'm like,
Oh yeah, he can actually hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So what is Krail? I didn't hear your reaction. I apologize.
I said I was like, oh, he's doing that thing again, and I kick Atolas under the table.
So, Etolas, you reach out your mind. So it so happens that the 2 men in the room are distracted because they're like looking at each other and whispering. And so Etolas,
Like once we said the thing, they started doing this.
yeah, they started like, oh, is this? So then Etolas, just to you reach out your mind, and this has happened to you before. You reach out your mind, and there's no one really. You don't get a response because the other person is asleep.
Oh, okay.
Deeply asleep. So there's it doesn't seem to be anyone. No one's answering the phone.
Is it like reasonable that she could have fallen asleep that fast normally?
She seems deeply asleep, like dreamlessly asleep, which is, I don't know. How much do you think Etelas knows about sleep cycles?
About children.
I mean, he has to check his books.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
you have to check your books.
I mean, you've done that thing where, you're having a telepathic conversation with somebody, and then like you're going on it for some time about some topic you find interesting, and then you're like, so what do you think about that? And then you get this dead silence response because they've fallen asleep. I'm not saying this happened in your previous relationship. I'm just saying this has happened. Okay.
Well,
all you get back is like the 3 dots forever. It never actually.
Oh no.
Oh, you've been ghosted.
So, but it feels like that. There's just not anybody responding. Now, you do know that can happen when somebody's asleep or unconscious in some way. You don't know whether, I don't think, unless you'd like to make a roll to try and recall lore about sleeping, how likely it is that she could have climbed in a window like literally a minute or two ago and then been dead asleep. But your suspicion is that seems weird?
It does seem weird. Yeah, I think I'll stick with that.
Okay.
Can I try and, while these two are squabbling, can I try and listen to what the two men are whispering about?
Sure. Go ahead and make an intellect check to overhear.
Yeah.
Let's see how you do. They're not trying.
A 16.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say they're not trying incredibly difficult, incredibly hard to keep it secret. They're just more like conferring quietly to each other, and they're saying things like, "What? It's what Umar said, right? They must be sleepwalking. We haven't seen any of them get out. This is, I find that hard to believe that they would." All of the sudden, all of the children start sleepwalking. That's nonsense.
And then I hear them say that, and I'm like, precisely, good sirs. All of the children were sleepwalking, and we fear that's how they're getting their bruises and scrapes, and we are concerned for their well-being, especially with the angels roaming around the city.
And they stop, and they both look at you. Angels? What?
Do either of you want to say anything at this point, or should I continue?
We're just gonna let you go.
I'm just gonna look at him like, uh-huh.
Here we go.
Yes, the children were playing together just like they were this morning, but it was rough play and they were getting in danger, and we wouldn't want them to disturb the angels, of course. Like, as though it's the most obvious thing in the world.
I think probably they're now looking skeptically at you in a way they might have been more interested in hearing about this sleepwalking, but now they're like, angels, okay.
He thinks everything is angels, so just pretend he said like a normal thing, but it was also weird.
Yes, and my disciple Etelas tried to interact with your daughter and got swept up in their sleepwalking, as you describe it.
Wait a minute. You're saying there's contagious sleepwalking now?
Well, if all the children are sleepwalking, clearly it is contagious. And then when you say the word contagious, I'm like, perhaps it's a sleep disease.
Well,
this is a situation that other people have spoken about.
Well, we have Umar is an Aeon priest in town. Although he's not a normal Aeon priest, not like. And then they stop and look at you. And Etelas, would you say that you are identifiably an Aeon priest by the way you present?
Probably not. I mean, I studied with them for a time, and
but you're not wearing vestments that indicate.
No.
Okay.
You have a lot of books, and we do all look really weird, though.
Yeah.
Well,
my background is I trained for a time with a group of Aeon priests, and they still look at me fondly. Well, some of them do.
All right. Well, let's say that.
Ooh, juicy. That was a juicy statement.
This is why you're only the disciple.
Let's say that they look at you and hesitate because they're not sure. They're like, I don't want to offend anybody. Well, let's just say that he's not. His name is Umar, and he's not He's not a normal Aeon priest, right? He's more like our kind of wise man that we go to when we have questions or puzzles. And he seems to spend most of his time just researching languages or something. But we did go to him to talk about this problem, and he insisted that he actually diagnosed this as a sleepwalking disorder. But no one has seen the children sleep. It's almost as though they are intentionally hiding, like they're sneaking out. They're not sleepwalking out the door. They're not. They're if they're doing this, they're all intentionally slipping out without and deceiving their parents in doing so, but not aware they're doing it. Like they're on some sort of secret mission or something.
Could be like a meditative state instead of like unconsciously doing it. Like they choose to like go into the state.
I believe my daughter when she says she has no memory of any such thing, because we asked her whether she had any experience sleepwalking or any of the other children had reported this. Have she'd ever found herself waking up anywhere other than her own bed? And she always says no, and we believe her.
Did she have any interesting dreams?
Oh, well, she's always had exciting dreams since she was young. I mean, but she just has a child's vibrant imagination. You should see the games they play all day, telling these elaborate stories of adventure and combat with mythical creatures and saving people, fighting witches and wizards and that sort of thing. It's normal kid stuff.
She'll make a fine adventurer when she grows up.
Well, I'm hoping she'll become a fisherwoman.
There you are. But perhaps you could discover something that would make fishing better. I don't know. I'm not a fisher person.
I suppose that would be useful. So the two parents are introduced themselves. I had forgotten to do that before. Their names are Roop and Sarad. And they seem to be concerned, but they don't seem to be overly concerned. I mean, Sweta did not have any injuries or anything that you saw. This is just a story that, some parents are reporting that their kids are having waking up in the morning with scraped knees. And so they're saying I don't know, did they fall out of bed? Is this leftover? We didn't notice it yesterday when they were playing their games, and now we notice it the next day. So the parents aren't, and the village is low level concerned about it, but no one's, none of the children are, in critical
because it's a fisher village, so minor scrapes and stuff are commonplace. Right?
Yeah, and
when you live on the side of a cliff, I mean, they're not falling off of it, so that's pretty good.
So
should we maybe talk to Umar or check on the girl? We could ask.
Well, maybe we should check on the children probably maybe tomorrow when they're all awake.
Not in the middle of the night.
Yeah, not in the middle of the night, but we should see if we can talk to any of the adults that may still be awake, maybe at the pub.
So not the priests then.
So the priests.
We can also talk to the priests since they've.
I was just saying they probably wouldn't be awake.
I turned to Sarad and his husband, and I'm like, would Umar be at the ale and scale at this time?
Umar usually doesn't frequent. We are both cooks at the ale and scale. So, and we know we don't. He comes in for food periodically, but not usually at night. He's usually kind of secreted away in his little tower with his books and his experiments. He's usually up late, so if you wanted to stop by, you could speak to him, I'm sure, especially if it's concerning the children, because he was honestly more concerned about it than most of us. But that's so you could speak to him if you like. The ale and scale is still open if you wanted to get something to eat, though, of course. And then Sarad says you'd be better off, visiting when we're cooking tomorrow.
That's funny.
But tomorrow won't feed us today, so perhaps we'll do both.
Fair.
Okay, what's the plan, team?
To the ale and scale.
Are you sure? Because the priest did express some concern about these kids.
Dinner, drinking, sleeping, then priests.
Okay.
Sometimes my disciples are divinely inspired, so I follow their decisions sometimes.
Sometimes I like that. So, all right. So you guys head out, and because they're both in the same direction, actually, if you look at the map, you can see that actually the ale and scale is directly below the tower. So this little tower sticking up here is
seven.
Number 7 is where Umar's tower is, And then so directly below that is the Aeolin scale. So as you walk across, you can see that the tower is jutting out sideways from one cheek. And so you could approach that, but one thing you notice as you approach is that coming down above the tower, actually, the walkway that goes all the way to the top, the third eye in the forehead, is Varun. He didn't go to the Aeolin scale, apparently. He went up to the top. And so he's walking down from
Did
there.
the mayor tell us what was in the third eye when she told us about the town?
No one has mentioned it yet. So he walks down and seems to be not paying attention to you. And it's only when he encounters you down, actually right in front of the lift, roughly. So that's where you guys kind of meet. You see him coming down that way. He walks past the tower as you're walking across the nose. And then when you reach that lift area, he is coming down the ramp and he sees you. And all of a sudden he kind of shakes his head and looks around and, what are you doing here? What are you out at late so late at night? Shouldn't you be in the Aeolin scale or the guest house or something?
Like,
So
friend
where we're
Varun, what were you doing? Why were you not in the Aeolin scale?
That's where
were you engaging in worship of the Wet Mother?
He says, what? The Wet Mother? No, that shrine is in my house. What I'm doing is no business of yours.
Is there another shrine in the third eye up there?
The third eye? No,
Yeah.
The third eye is where we put the bodies of the dead. We here, when a member of our village dies, we wrap them in ceremonial grasses taken from the lake below, and we place their bodies in the third eye. It's a deep chamber. We walk a ways in. It's a holy place. We don't tread there, except for funerals. We don't.
My condolences. Who passed away then?
Oh, his mom.
My mother passed away a
Recently?
few months ago, but I haven't been to the third eye since then.
But you just came from
No.
there. We saw you.
You're mistaken. I was going to the Aeolin scale.
Is he lying? I want to check if he's lying.
Yeah, let's roll for this.
Go ahead.
Does being trained in trickery?
Ooh.
Yeah, sure. I think that counts.
All
I'm
right.
going to say this is a standard task.
Yeah, I rolled a natural 1.
This is intellect, right?
Well done.
Standard.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to add anything to this. I'll just roll as is.
I got a critical fail
There we go.
to tell if he's lying.
It's like, well, he seems legit to me.
Okay.
So I succeeded.
All right. Anybody else wrong? Is that it? Okay. Critical fail. Okay. So that's a free GM intrusion for me.
Yup. First one of the session, guys.
Right. The first freebie. Yeah.
First free one, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to say that at this point, Varun becomes angry, and he says, "Are you accusing me of lying? You're the strangers here, not I. I've given my life for this village, diving into the deeps every day. So if you'll excuse me," and he pushes past you.
So you've given your life for the village? You're the dead one?
He looks and goes, "That's
Look remarkably well preserved.
He swears in a language you don't recognize,
Yeah.
and then says, does a kind of ritual gesture with his hands and says, "You'll not malign the spirit of my dead mother," and storms off very angrily.
Oh.
I didn't say anything about your mom. I yell after him.
He is fuming.
Did Attilas learn anything from his success, or was that did we not learn anything?
Yeah, I'd say yes. He was lying badly to cover the fact that, again, you get the impression he didn't know how he got there. He was surprised as you to find him there.
Yeah. Okay.
But he also was incredibly angry by Uraz's kind of probing looks.
Oh, I totally.
All right.
I'm giving you a divine gaze.
And so he's looking, "Ugh," and pushed past him. He was offended and stormed off. And now is kind of doesn't like you guys.
Oh no!
So he was definitely
worship with him.
He was definitely coming from the third eye because that's the only place that stair goes.
Right.
I don't think he knows why he was up there. It's like the time we when we went to talk to him at his home. I think he is absent of those memories.
Also,
I think it might be best if we go up there and check it out.
We could go up there, or we could get food like Krail wanted before going up there, or we could ask Umar about this and get some knowledge before we go up there.
I prefer not to go into the places of the dead at night.
Yeah.
Then let's speak to the priest first. Because if he was concerned with the state of the children, and if we bring up what we have been concerned about, maybe he will either divulge some knowledge about Third Eye, or go up there with us, so at least we have a local with us.
Yeah.
Right. It'd be well to be able to practice the customs of the dead while entering.
Okay, so which is it going to be? Umar? That's the Aeon priest first?
Yeah, let's check out. Let's talk to him first.
And we're close by, right? You said?
Yeah, it's literally
we're, like, right
up
next to
there
him.
in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Krell's
all right.
grumbling a little bit because he's hungry. She's hungry.
Right.
Do we have any rations on us?
Of course.
That I could pass.
Yeah, you do.
I have a preserved ovary
Sorry, I was trying to click
of some
something.
like creature that's like really nourishing, because an ovary, right, like nourishes the new. So I have a pickled ovary of some creature that we hunted, and I like hand it to you, and I'm like, here, have some food. I blessed it this morning. Because I have a practice of blessing everything I eat, because I believe that I can bless things. So
Right. Yeah. It has no mechanical effect, but
Thanks.
yeah, I just bless it. I'm just like I just like pray over it, you know.
so what's up with Krail?
Oh, I mean it.
All right. It's
I seem a little less hangry now.
yeah, it's pickled ovary. I mean, it's a classic. It's a staple of adventurers everywhere. And so, all right, so you approach the tower. This is a kind of rickety, ramshackle business affair that is, you don't quite know how it's attached to the cheek, just that it sprouts up out of the cheek, almost like an organic growth. The door.
It's a pimple.
Yeah. Bloop. Or like an errant
Pimple tower.
facial hair, right?
Right.
Oh yeah.
So you knock on the door, and you hear the sound of somebody falling out of a desk chair and knocking over a bunch of things inside. You hear more things knocking over. You hear somebody grumbling. And then finally the door opens, and you see a disheveled man standing there before you. He has, unlike everyone else in this village you've seen, he has kind of pale, sandy skin, light brown hair. He's quite tall. He's wearing a kind of simple robe, and behind him you see just a room that looks like a study, and it's entirely cluttered and packed. You see medical supplies. You see bits of old rock, metal, and synth. You see oddities of all sorts. You see reams of paper covered with writings in various languages, etc., etc. You see a spiral stair going up to another room above. You see a little bubbling cylinder on the wall that bubbles with musical notes, and so on. He says, yes, how may I help you? Hello.
I nudge Etelas because I'm like, it's your brethren.
Welcome. I'm Etelos. We have just arrived in town, and it's good to see an Aeon priest here. We were hoping you would speak to us about something we've come across here in our short time. Something that's kind of disturbed us. It's a matter with the children, and possibly something to do with memory loss or alteration.
Well, that's very interesting. Yes, come in. I am Umar. I am. Have you? And he kind of takes these. He has these small spectacles that sit on his nose with a pince nez, right? And he kind of pulls it off and squints at you as though that's supposed to help. And he puts it back on and squints again. Says, "Have you studied with the priesthood?"
Indeed, I have.
It's
Yes.
good to see a fellow scholar. Please come in. Don't mind me. There, he says, here, have a seat. And he gestures at a chair that's full of like 15 books. There's just nowhere to sit. But he gestures there as though you're supposed to sit there.
Like his favorite kind of chair, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Full of books. And not just books. There are strange sorts of. I mean, these aren't just paper printed books, right? There are papyri and clay tablets, and there are digital devices with strange characters blinking on an electronic screen, right? All kinds of things that could qualify as books fill this area. Texts.
And maybe the word book in the ninth world is a much more expansive term, right? Of like something with writing on it.
Right. Yeah. It's almost like
knowledge.
Yeah, it's almost like database or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe even like a data crystal, you'd call it a book. Etelas might be like, this book.
Right. Yeah. There's like one of the. In fact, on his desk, let's say in front of where Umar had been seated, was a little circular disc with like a little holographic. Head on it that it was speaking, and so he was like having a conversation with this little holographic head. But
what a cool book!
Yeah, right. Great book. I love that. I love talking to that book, and right. That's why I read great books, to have conversations with the great minds of history. You see. So
that's our philosophy professor at GS.
Yep.
I need to get a Spinoza one of those or something. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. So he welcomes you in. He's like, so yes, you are visitors of the town, and you know something about the sleepwalking disease. Is this something you've encountered before? What can you tell me? The villagers aren't taking it very seriously, but I think there's something untoward about it. I don't know. I have my suspicions, but tell me, what have you learned?
Well, we haven't learned too much. While we were walking the walkways here, we encountered the children. Seemed like they were at play, but all of their eyes were closed, and one of them.
You tell him this. You don't remember this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
You're recounting what you were told.
That's the thing.
Yes, apparently.
Within the realms of a player intrusion, for me to spend experience and like something jolts Etelas's memory or something like that, like.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what you could do?
Okay.
You could like mind meld with him and give him your memories. Tell him like connect with me.
Yeah, and like that triggers his thing.
Yeah, because it would be fun for you to be able to report what you experienced in that dream state, right? So let's.
It's my fault that he can't.
Yeah. So
No,
I think
fine. No, it makes sense.
I think that's a great player intrusion. So you can pay the XP and.
It's 1 or 2, I forget. Do you remember Shar?
One.
I think it's just one,
one?
but I yeah.
Okay, so
Let's
I
say
paid
it's 1
XP,
Mhm.
and can I say we'd done this like on the way here or something to not
Yeah.
waste time with him?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
so maybe you plugged something in me because I'm cyborg and like downloaded, and that also jogged your memory of the experience inside.
Yeah, it like breaks
Yeah.
the dam breaks, and all of a sudden it all comes flooding back, and like for just a moment you're
Okay.
there again fighting this giant creature.
With the green bar.
Right. The boss
bar
fight.
above it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh. Okay, so now it's all coming together.
All
somehow.
coming back to me now.
All right. Yeah. So I
you
explained that. Yeah.
And then you would have
we
related
came
that
across
to your fellows, right? You would have told
Oh,
them,
yeah.
right. So now
that,
you all know.
that they were like in an alternate dimension. And they were
Maybe
fighting
that's
this
where the angels are from.
Mm.
If they were angels, why was he
Actually-
fighting them?
Yeah, did you see any of the angels in that alternate dimension?
No, there was a giant tree-like being that the children were fighting.
Yeah, it was just the children and the monster and its minions. No,
And it's like three minions, right?
yeah, the Abacos were nowhere to be seen, and the monsters were like kind of obviously unrealistic fantasy kinds of things, right?
Okay.
Cartoonish. However, that doesn't. Anyway, yeah. Well. So yes, we explained my experience to him and how once mentally linking with her, I was like sucked into this alternate dimension while my body was still with my companions. My mind was over there, and it took the effects of a cipher to like knock us all out of it. But all the children just walked back home. They didn't seem to be aware of the situation. And when we went to go ask about it to their parents, one of them, they were sound asleep. I tried to mentally connect with the child, and she was truly asleep.
So Umar listens. You get the impression that he's kind of very reflective. He's patient. He's thinking through all the permutations. And then he speaks. And when he does, you realize something that you didn't quite catch at first, but is definitely happening. And it happened then, and it's happening now. When he speaks, his mouth moves, and there's a weird delay. A second or two later, you hear them. And his voice doesn't come from his mouth. It comes from like somewhere up above him. So he's like,
That's weird.
and then you hear his voice like from above, like somebody's, like a narrator almost is narrating what the man is saying after he's said it. Which is just a unsettling effect.
Yeah.
And so he says, yes, I have, this sounds like some sort of shared dream, or, I mean, some of the cultures I've studied, they say that reality is created by the language we use. And so the language of dreams is a distinct language that especially the young can have access to. So it might be that if Sweta, you say, is organizing this, that she has some ability to tap that language and communicate it to her fellows telepathically. But as far as I know, she has no Numenera. This would make, oh dear, this would make her a mutant if indeed that is something that she's doing.
I loved Andrew's little eyebrow movement there, by the way, just saying. He's like, wow.
So, but that's unfortunate, because unfortunately the people of Matha are not as understanding of the mutant plight as Shalini and I are. When we traveled together, she and I, we encountered all kinds of people and learned that mutants are no different from anyone else. But here in Matha, people are a little bit superstitious and don't quite trust the mutants. That they've settled in a village not far, and relations are kind of chilly. And if it's discovered that Sweta is indeed a mutant, that would be uncomfortable, I think, for people here. That's unfortunate. I'll have to speak to Shalini. Yes, well, I'll have to arrange a time to speak to her.
And then I say, could her mutation be bringing the angels here? Because we did see one of them.
Angels? Was this part of the shared consensual sort of dream experience?
It was earlier in the night.
So tell me about this.
And Connor knows all about them, right? So
He tried to steal my stuff.
So do you want to share that information?
Yeah.
Like you tell him it's an abacus and everything?
Yeah, since I think that he probably would actually know what it is.
Yeah. So you give the breakdown, and he listens. He's like, "That I have not seen any of these, as you call them, abacos here. I don't see how they could possibly be related to this dream experience unless they're drawn to." I thought the way you described them is that they're drawn to Numenera, but her power seems entirely non-related. If it's a mutation, it's an entirely natural biological phenomenon. They shouldn't be drawn to it any more than they draw.
They tried to go to Brother Varun. Perhaps they were worshipping at the altar of the wet mother that he has created in his house.
The what?
It is true. We saw the being drift into his home.
Andy had memory loss.
Yes, he was visiting his dead mother's funeral home.
The third eye. Before coming to you, he was exiting the third eye, and when we asked him about it, he had no inkling of it, and brushed us off.
Well, this is concerning. Now, this sounds like a different phenomenon entirely. So Varun is a good man, but I will admit he's been standoffish lately with me. So if you say you saw one of these creatures enter his home, and then you saw him emerging from the third eye, well, these are probably related. No one goes there. In fact, most of the town folk are, again, I mentioned they're a little afraid of going up there because that is a place of the dead. And indeed, out of respect for the culture here, I have not ventured in to study that area much myself, but I can tell you it is rich with energy fields. There's something strange going on in there. Indeed. For example, I don't know what happens to the bodies they put up there.
Whoa.
Oh, I suppose that's why you don't visit them after they're buried.
Yeah, the cliff takes them, as the people say.
The cliff takes.
Could Varun have done something there that opened a rift to the angelic realm that brought the Abacus out?
I think there's only one way to know. We should go take a look.
Are you sure that your head doesn't dream?
My head.
You mean
Not
the
your
head, the mountain?
the mountain.
Oh, the head.
It doesn't dream. I love that.
I have no reason to believe the head in the cliffs is a sentient, aware being. It seems just to be made of a strange stone. It does have caverns, but again, they are just simple stone. Although we don't know where the liquid comes from, I'll admit. The green liquid that pours out of the left cheek. We don't know the origin of that, nor its nature. I can tell you that it seems to have some effect on some people that get exposed to it too often.
What kind of effects?
Possibly mutation.
How common are mutations amongst the people here?
Well, the people here in Matha don't have them.
Is the village downstream?
No, actually, it's the lake is an unusual look. If you look down, and he kind of walks over to a window and shoves a bunch of items out of the way to open a tiny little window that's about the size of this bit, about this big, right? And he kind of sticks his head out and looks down. He says, "As you can see, and you remember this coming in, the lake doesn't go anywhere. It's literally just like a basin. There's no stream or river, so you don't know where all this water's going. Actually,
Yeah.
Maybe it's recycling.
Well, Varun did tell us the
a
wet
fountain.
mother is in the lake or something, right?
Wet mother. What do you know about the wet mother?
I don't know what the wet mother is. His mother died. I don't know who he's talking
Wet-
about.
wet-
Well, it seems to be some sort of religion that he
He had an orb.
Yeah.
He had a divine artifact in his house.
Oh, he had a Numenera. Well, didn't you say those
Possibly.
abacos are drawn to those things? I wonder if that's what it was looking for.
But it was there when we knocked on the door. So unless
Well,
it
the
didn't
Abacus
pick it up.
they drain them, right? Is what we learned,
Yes.
right?
They suck power out of it, and the more powerful the thing is, the more they can suck out of it. Right?
So maybe they were just sucking it and then left it there.
Well,
Slurp.
maybe it could be something more powerful than just your typical Numenera.
Yeah,
Something that can
I'd have
last
to examine
longer.
it. And like I said, Varun's been a bit standoffish with me lately. I asked him about his fresh wounds, and he just brushed it off as a normal event from fishing, which of course isn't true. But
Yes, we noticed those.
He didn't want to talk about it. He got very defensive when I raised it.
It might be best to check out the third eye.
Yeah. Or we can go worship in the lake because he mentioned
Claw
something about
marks
that.
on them.
So what was that, Krill?
There's a few buildings with claw marks on them.
Yes, they've been looking into that. Some villagers seem to think the children were doing it. I suspect if they were doing it, it was in their sleep. But I don't know how they could have made those marks. They don't look, unless they're carrying knives with them.
Like the claws of the abacus.
Well, if those creatures are here, there must be something that's agitating them. So if it's indeed, I think we should look in the eye to see what Varun is up to, because all of these issues, at least the claws and the ghosts, or angels as you call them, seem to revolve around that.
I like him since he acknowledges that they are angelic, unlike everyone else.
He said ghosts or angels as you call them. Just putting it out there.
Yeah, but he
That's-
said the
that's
word
all he
angel.
needs.
He said the
That's
word
all he needs to
angel in a
hear.
non-dismissive way. You
Fair.
know, no one else has done that.
Fair. He's taking an anthropological attitude towards this, I think, right? So he says, well, let's go. Yes, this way. And again, his voice, there's that weird delay in the way he speaks. His mouth moves for a second, and then the voice issue. You actually suspect it's not actually his voice even. He might sound quite different where he's able to speak, but instead he has this kind of, yes, let's go this way, please. And he heads out.
Okay.
And he leads you up the ramp and into this kind of third eye location. And at first it looks very much like the eye that the mayor's building is in. Which is just a kind of stone, opening, and it's a long twisting tunnel that leads deeper into the cliff itself. Let's see now. All right, we've got an hour of play left. So as you walk along here, you see that there are. You go a good 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 feet in now. You're quite deep into the cliffside, and the tunnel has narrowed. And now, every once in a while, you see what looks to be places where you suspect the bodies of the dead of this village have been placed, wrapped in kind of like reeds and grasses from the lake, almost like a mummification or a cocoon. But they've been cracked open, and they're empty inside.
Ooh. Okay.
I make a blessing because, as again, I believe I bless things. So I bless the empty.
You know what? You might actually be blessing things. It's just that it doesn't have a mechanical effect.
Right.
No,
I bless them. I say, may the divine guide you in their providence, and may the power of my power channeled through the divine warm you.
Are there any disturbances on the ground near these cracked?
Little pieces
tombs?
of the wrappings, because it's like it dries out and becomes kind of brittle, right? And so it looks like it's been torn open.
Oh, it's reeds. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like little crumbs and dust and like little pieces of these dried leaves are just kind of scattered all over the place, as though the thing were kind of ripped apart rather crudely, and whatever was inside has been removed. There's no sign of anything inside; it's entirely dry. But that only goes on for 100 feet, and then the tunnel continues. And otherwise, you see no other sign. I mean, it looks like, yes, probably once in a while people walk through here, but and obviously there's signs where more recently ones have been placed, yet it cracked open. So the villagers must know that this happens.
Something's happened.
Yeah, because they put the bodies up here, and then they come up with a new body, and this is what they see.
Okay.
Oh, so we're still in the area that would be traversed. Okay.
Yeah, but you're at the end of it now. So if going further, you can tell it looks like there are no more cocoons. The tunnel goes further in. As you keep heading further, you get a distinct impression that the tunnel has turned and is heading downwards a bit, and then it levels out, and then you start seeing strange things around. A piece of broken machinery here, a strange oddity there. A little floating orb that does nothing but float and spin, for example. As you're walking, you step on one place and you hear a click, and all of a sudden, for just a moment, your legs warp as though they are sliding into another reality and then snap back. And it's just a strange sort of byproduct of some ancient mechanism that's been left here or is built into the cliff itself. A sphere blooms into a small singularity, and you feel yourself sucked towards it. But then you kind of pull back, and it zaps away into nothing, right? A sudden tear in the very fabric of the cosmos appears before you, and some acid starts pouring out of it before it slams back closed. There's a lot of, let's call it, trans-dimensional effects happening here.
I draw my weapon just in case.
How common are places like this?
Well, I would say very rare, but I'll leave it to you to decide whether you've encountered one before or not.
Well, let's see if I even remember.
If you want to make an intellect test.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this is at least challenging.
Is this with my
No, it's challenging.
inability recalling lore?
Oh, if you have an inability to recall lore, then that raises it to intimidating for you.
Unless it's in a book.
Yeah, right.
That is
then you're doubly enabled. No, I'm just kidding. So that would make it yeah. So just roll challenging, and then we can do the math afterwards if you like.
Okay, cool. All right, so intellect with challenging, and I'm not going to spend anything. So
there you go.
17.
Nice.
So you nail it. Yeah, this is rare. You've encountered one of these before when you were training with the Aeon Priests. There are certain locations that, for whatever reason, are kind of vulnerable to transdimensional transport. Sometimes, however, it's related to just a region, almost like an intersection of ley lines, if you will. But other times, it's because of Numenera active, or so you don't know which it is here, but so far you've seen a lot of devices activating these things. So
There might be a cache of like things.
That's exactly what you're thinking. It reminds you, in fact, of that day, one day in Professor whoever's class, where you studied a little bit about the weird effects that can happen when somebody tries to carry more Numenera than they're supposed to. Right? If you end up, because every single cipher and artifact you carry creates like a strange little distortion field of energy around it. And a normal person can sustain 1 or 2, and a trained nano maybe 3. But if you tried to carry 5 or 6 of them in a bag, it would literally warp reality in entirely unpredictable ways. And that's what this looks like.
Do you think because I have a free slot for ciphers, do you think I can scrounge around and while we're walking and maybe find something?
Sure, make an intellect test to see how successful you are at that task. I think you can.
Natural 20!
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to say...
Not that useful task, but still natural 20.
Maybe you find 2 and you can pick.
I think that's exactly what happens. I'm also going to give you the weirdest one that you on your list.
I remember them. They're from 3 years ago, so I'm really excited.
Okay, so I'm adding this real quick now to a handout because I had this set aside and wasn't sure. So
Does anyone else have a free slot, by the way? Because if we find 2, maybe you can...
I think the nanos do because I each only gave you 2.
Ah, great.
So let me help. Let's see. I'm not going to work too hard to pretty this up because I just copy pasted it out of a PDF. But
Sure.
All right, here it is. So I'll just call it Special Cipher, and it says for 1 hour you can split into 3 discrete individuals, each with the abilities and memories of the original. The difficulty of everything is increased by 2 for each of the 3. You re-merge after the end and regain all their memories. Each living duplicate who merges restores 2 of each other's
That's
pools.
like the best way to split up and explore.
Wow.
So
Just a note, that's definitely from one of the strange source books for our viewers out there. The strange source books are really great.
Yeah, they are.
That's
So I'm going to say that's one, and then I'll give you just a plain old vanilla grants 3 melee attacks as part of 1 action 1 time.
Great. So I'll take the melee attack one because I'm good at melee attacks, and I'm gonna say it is a nerve. It is like a nerve that I can wrap around my hand, and then it like attaches itself to my biomechanical self.
Oh, right.
And then I give Etolas the like splitting one, which you can decide at what it looks like.
What does the splitting one look like, Etolas?
I think it's going to be 3 lens like sunglasses, and each lens is a different color. And it shouldn't fit on your face, but because it's like literally 3 lenses in a row. But somehow when you place it on, it fits perfectly. And like as soon as you put it on, you can choose 3 different actions, and that kind of splits you off into those 3 different beings.
I like that. So I forgot. I omitted one part of the description. When you first enter the left eye, there's actually tanks. Before you get to the funerary area, there's tanks. And those tanks are where they grow the starfish creatures. So they're just tanks. This is what it looks like in the left eye. So when you head up, you walk past these tanks where you can just look in and you see it's the lake water with those starfish things kind of are swimming around in them. And then you go past that to the funeral area. So I had just forgotten. We had a cool piece of art I wanted to share.
Nice.
All right, so you head a little further, and then all of a sudden you see, guess what? You see an abacos that's banging against a kind of shimmering, translucent barrier. And it's frustrated that it can't get any further. And so it's still translucent, but it can't pass through this. which suggests to you that this is a special sort of barrier. It's not a wall. It's some sort of trans-dimensional energy to be able to stop a creature like an Abacos.
Yeah.
And beyond is a larger chamber. In fact, it is a large cavern, you see, through which runs a pale green stream, the same color that leaks out of the cheek.
Could we disable that barrier or something?
You can go, so you could try.
Because I have light tools, and Krail has not picked their flex skill yet.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I
So
think that's right manner, because
Do
whatever.
like
How physical does it look?
It doesn't
This
look
barrier.
physical. It looks like an energy.
At
Oh,
all.
is it like a device emitting it or something? do we
Yeah,
think?
Or is
you
it
think
just-
that it might be.
Okay.
Okay.
So if Krail wants to be skilled at like disable devices or something, I can lend her my tools, which don't damage. That's how I heal myself, because I cannot heal normally.
tinkering with Numenera.
Great, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I can use my bedside manner and encourage you.
So, yeah, there's a
that being
device
is-
here that's emitting this field you can tinker with and try to deactivate or just crudely destroy. You can see beyond. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Like, you've seen one or two things littered on the ground as you've walked, but mostly just weird effects. But there's like
Is this field something we can walk around?
it covers the whole wall. You don't know whether you could walk through it.
We
I'm
throw a rock.
gonna poke it. I'm gonna pick up something from the ground. I'm gonna poke it.
Yeah, physical objects seem to pass through it without trouble.
Oh,
It seems
Great.
to be a
Okay.
trans-dimensional energy. Like, it stops trans-dimensional beings.
oh, so we can just walk through it.
That seems to be the
Yeah.
case, yes.
All right, I'm gonna like kind of edge around, like the other side from where the Abacos is.
Okay.
Yeah, we should. And the Abaca has been ignoring us, right?
It seems single-mindedly focused on going forward into that area.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
like
tempted
it wants
to
to
see.
eat all the Numenera, man.
And there
That means
seems
there's
so
good stuff
tempted.
back there.
To
that means there's some
try to
dimensional
telepathically bond with
energy
it.
in there. Sorry, Achelas?
Oh, I'm just very tempted to see what would happen if I tried to telepathically connect with it.
Do that from the other side.
Yeah, like after I go onto the other side of this wall.
Great. Let's do that. That sounds like a good plan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we passed through the wall, right?
Yep. You walk through
And then
without too
now we're
much
on the
trouble.
other side. And I look at the creature as it's still like bashing the wall, and I stretch out my senses. And
It's so cool that you can do that for free. It's really nice.
I know every time I go there to like knock down another point, I'm like,
Oh, yeah. I don't have to do that. All right. So you're reaching your mind out to this creature.
mhm.
And I'm going to say that you should make an intellect test. I know that you're spending the points, but this you get the impression when you start to connect to it, this is an entirely alien mind, right? So it's not like communicating with another person. It would be almost like communicating with a wasp or something, just like a totally other kind of mind, or an octopus. So I'm going to say this is let's go with challenging task.
Challenging. Okay, so I'm going to focus and concentrate, which is one of my skills, and like
Yes.
hone my that like razor thin line of telepathic energy
Nice.
into that like alien mind. I'm going to use that skill, and I'm also going to spend some effort. These are challenging,
Yes.
and then I'm going to spend effort, and I think that's it.
Oh, is Umar with us, by the way? Just
Yes,
to be sure.
Umar is fascinated by this. And in fact, I'm going to say that Umar is looking at this creature and says, "Well, that's very fascinating. It's an energy being of some sort, transdimensional, I'd say. I bet it communicates through harmonics." And I'm going to say that's an asset. He's giving you
Ooh.
assistance. Because
Nice.
he's basically like a xenolinguist, right?
Ooh,
That's his,
okay.
That's his jam.
So I rolled a 19.
Okay.
And
Might as well go.
it's also the difficulty had been dropped down because of the asset, which I didn't add in there.
Yeah. So
But, all right.
yeah, you rocked
So-
it. So that's a minor effect. So I'm going to say that so you not only do you reach out, but at first you can't. It just sounds like noise, right, in your head. But then with a little bit of focus and concentration, with Umar's kind of guidance, you kind of allow yourself to wash back and forth like a wave, and the noise suddenly starts to kind of like level out and equalize, and then you can hear not language so much as an imagistic sort of series of communications. You're getting feelings of urges, of images, of kind of concepts, and you're getting the impression that this creature is seeking out, is drawn to the power of Numenera, and it wants to consume them. And it came from, because it's such a good roll, and this is such a fun moment, from deep in the lake. You get a picture of an inverted pyramid underwater. And then there's another flash, and there's a picture of some sort of strange altar room, and there are objects missing from perfectly shaped spots on the altar, including one sphere that looks exactly like the one you saw in Veron's house. And you get the impression where the abacus came through. And it's now searching for these missing Numenera. And it wants them, and they're behind this barrier.
Whoa.
And now you're
Yeah,
behind
just
this
stare at
barrier
you
too.
like,
I'm so excited, you guys.
So
I think I know why they're here.
at that point, before you can communicate why, a noise draws your attention from behind you, and a large, strange creature approaches that looks like this.
Oh, whoa.
So this is is size of like a lion or like a Bengal tiger. I mean, this is a very large creature, 8 feet long, big muscular, black flesh. But where its head would be is this weird sphere of energy and floating matter, metallic plates that slowly orbit around, almost like a singularity. And
My favorite piece of art from the book,
it's so good, isn't it?
which is why I picked this creature in this adventure.
There is a weird thrumming sound that comes out of its body that it doesn't sound like a roar, but you can tell in your bones that that's what that was. So we're going to do...
I think it's a demon.
We're going to do
I'm
some...
like, this must be a demon!
It definitely is, as far as you can tell. It is... let's go ahead and do some initiative.
I'm
Yes.
trained in initiative.
Yes.
I'm looking like a rock.
I have a skill in initiative. Do you want me to just roll that?
Yeah. So that's exactly right. So roll the initiative
Yeah.
skill, and basically it's do you beat the creature, which is a 15.
Okay.
And is that going to be a simple difficulty or what?
Yeah, just go. Don't worry about the. I mean, technically it would be
Difficulty.
a challenging because it's a 15. You need to beat.
All right. I rolled a 12.
All right. So everybody who rolls a 15 or higher will go first,
Oh, hold on. It didn't go right.
and then so that's going to be Uraz and
Challenging. There we go. All right.
Uraz.
Fail.
All right. All right. So Uraz, your companions Krail, Atulas, and Karner are kind of caught flat-footed as this creature comes, and its weird thrumming sound energy is kind of arcing off of it. In fact, you can tell that it has some sort of natural resonance to it because all around it, little bits of oddity and maybe ciphers are suddenly start activating, and lights are going off, and objects are beginning to float around strangely around it. And they float in an orbit around it. It doesn't hold them in its hands, but you get the clear impression that it is controlling these things. It has ciphers or something with it. And it's approaching them.
I think it's a demon. We felt that weird thing in our bones.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is a demon. Okay, so I'm gonna reflavor my weapon, right? So I have a punching dagger light melee weapon.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say it's a light melee weapon, but it's gonna be a something that is more holy, like a light spear-like thing, right?
Sure.
It's a spiraling tusk of some creature that every day I anoint with oils and bless, right?
Mm.
But I'm gonna hold it in the air, and I say, I say, "Holy fire, wreath my flesh," as I activate my fiery aura cipher. I get 2 armor against heat-based attacks, and all melee fighters take 2 automatic damage if they're near me. And you see this like golden glow fire. For an instant, you're like, "Wait, was he right all along about this holy fire?" But then Atlas like, "Oh, it's probably a cipher." That like wreathes me in this halo, and I think I didn't mark if that's an action or not. I'm guessing that's an action, but I use whatever else momentum I have to rush towards it to try and be like, I'm about to charge at it.
All right. So you're going to charge at it, and you're going to use this this weapon.
Yeah,
that you've pulled
fiery
out.
aura. So if it's near me,
It takes 2.
It takes 2 damage every turn
so
on its turn. Yeah.
All right. So, but that's is that an action to activate that?
I think so.
Yeah,
I didn't mark that down, but I guess it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Sounds like it for that kind of power.
Yeah. So you charge forward with your weapon out, and this fire erupts from you and starts just like coming off of you in waves, and
It's like sanctified golden flames of heaven.
the radiant light of Uraz strides forth against the demon.
It's my paladin aura.
I was gonna say Saint George
That's
or something here.
awesome.
So, you all right? So the waves of radiant light batter this creature, and you can tell that it's affected by this thing. So it is has some it's injured by that. It is now its turn to react, however, and it has vicious looking claws, and so it kind of pulls one hand back and just lashes out at you. Go ahead and make a speed defense test.
Okay, I am trained in speed defense.
Because this is a challenging speed defense.
I am trained. Well, I think this is part of my the fact that I'm fused, but I have both speed and intellect defense trained, which is kind of big.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
He's
roll.
pretty boss.
And I rolled an 18.
Okay. All right. So the creature lashes out at you, and you can tell this is a powerful creature, and these are big, thick, nasty-looking claws. But you manage to deftly step aside as its claws and fists slam into the ground next to you and just gouge the stone.
I yell out, "The divine protects me!"
And at that, it is then Etolas. Oh no, actually, that would be Krail next. This large, strange creature is attacking Uraz. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna go back through the the gate.
Okay.
You're gonna leave?
All right.
And does the abacus seem to be like into this guy? Because he seems like he's like a creature of Numenera.
Yeah, the abacus seems to be fixated on trying to get through that barrier towards where this creature is.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and take down the barrier now.
Ooh!
So go
Cool!
ahead. Yeah. All right. So.
And I gave you my tools, let's say, at that time when we were about to, right?
I actually have some tools too.
Oh, great, great.
So your choice. You can use the tools to try to disable it, or you can just try to smash it. Might or intellect.
I'm going to try to actually disable it because I want to be able to turn it back on.
Okay.
If this goes badly.
And are you using your flex skill?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm using my flex skill. I've got tools, which should be an asset.
Yep. So I would say it's difficult, but with those 2, it drops it to standard.
Nice.
So that's a 6 you need.
All right, let's do this.
Unless you spend effort, then that would drop it again. But
Oh yeah, I will.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. So it's a major event, yeah.
so this is a simple task now. You need
All right, so
a
that
3 or
costs me
higher.
3 intellect because I don't have an edge, and then I'm gonna use my flex skill. Sorry, what was the difficulty?
Simple. 3. You sit down, you start tinkering with this thing, pull out your light tools and begin to pick at its wires and try to pull off a panel and see what you can get in. And you manage to crack it open, disconnect the power supply, and the field flickers and then goes down, and that abacus just soars forward at the creature.
Nice! Creating more allies!
All right, so Krail takes care of that. Etolas, you are up next, and then it'll be Karner.
Oh boy.
Okay, so I can either attack a thing, or do I see any of those objects that I saw in my vision in the area around us?
Oh, yes, actually. You actually see the sphere that was in Varun's house is one of the things now floating around.
He brought it up the last time we saw him. Yes, that must have happened. And that I'm saying this because that is not pre-written in the adventure, so I'm actually guessing that.
So okay, but he's still forgetting stuff.
He doesn't remember doing it, but he's been doing it.
And this thing, this beast, would I know anything of it? I mean, that might be
sure. No, yeah, you could
something.
Go ahead and do an intellect check.
Would my IDing Numenera refer to this, or would this be my inept recalling of lore?
How about this? So that skill, if you're in an inability at recalling lore, I think might be a little different than looking at a creature and figuring out what it is. That seems a little different to me, right? It's one thing to recall history; it's another thing to be like, this is a rabbit. That's not lore, right? So, just make an intellect test. I'm gonna say it's. I'm gonna say it is challenging. This is not a super common creature, but you can knock off points for anything you think is relevant, and spend effort if you like.
Yeah, I'm going to spend 1 effort for this one.
Okay. Do you have any skills related to anything here? You have let's say, I'll give you one, the Numenera one, right?
Okay.
It's kind of a borderline.
Look at our Aeon Priest, so smart.
You said challenging, right? Okay.
So it drops to demand.
1 effort.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. No assets. Okay, let's do this. So that should have been
perfect. You needed a 9. You rolled a 9. Good thing you spent all that. Okay, yeah, you've heard about this. In fact, this is one where you're like, I just saw that. I was looking for the abacos and I saw this.
Yeah.
You flip back to your book.
You found this in your book.
Like they both kind of have a blue head.
Right. It's called a Sarak, and it is an intelligent predator. But it's biomechanical in nature. So it's kind of like it's drawn.
Like
it is. I'm sorry?
It's biomechanical, like me.
Yeah, it is. And it's drawn, it can come out through it's drawn to and likes to consume a kind of transdimensional energies. So it's like the abacos, it collects and eats perhaps these Numenera, but it also has short-range mind control. So you are aware, you're like, I've seen these creatures. They are dangerous transdimensional beings, and they can control people's minds, make them forget things, make them do tasks for it.
Okay. Well, that definitely determines what I'm going to do next. I was wondering if I should physically or mentally attack it.
Okay, I'll let's say you only rolled a 9. That's all you get. So for that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Does that count as my action, or am I allowed to attack it now?
I'll give you this choice. I will tell you one more fact about it if you want it to be your action. Otherwise, that's the last thing you get.
Oh, I want that knowledge.
Okay. So you spend, in true Aeon Priest fashion, you spend the time finding the entry in the book. You don't recall the memory from it. You actually look at it, and you know that it also has the ability to activate ciphers from a distance that it is not holding, as if it were holding them.
Use up your ciphers, everyone.
Use them. Okay.
All right. So that's Etolas's turn. Karnar. This creature is attacking your friend Uraz. An abacos is rushing into the fray. Who knows what it'll do?
All right, and I don't know what Etolas just learned, right?
No, not yet.
Right.
Yeah. He looked through his book instead.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
give me 1 second.
Do a little fight. You, Uraz, deal with it.
All right. Well, I don't really want to get super close to it, so I'm going to use my throwing daggers at it. And if it actually goes well, I have attack flourish, so that's going to give a point of inspiration to whoever else is fighting here. So.
Oh.
Nice.
Is that a fight with panache power that you have?
Yeah, it is. As long as I do a sick flip or something with it.
Nice.
Sick flip.
So, let's see. And what difficulty do you want it to be at?
Oh, it's everything. Yeah, if you're attacking the creature, it's 15 because it's a level 5
It's
creature.
challenging.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about Cypher System. If you know the level of the creature, you know everything about it basically, unless you add some special powers to it.
Okay.
But everything is based on the level.
Yeah.
And since I want to use effort, I take that out of might, right?
If it's
Speed, right?
if you're throwing a light dagger, that's going to be speed.
Speed? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Might
But if
would
it's a
be-
light weapon, your difficulty is reduced by 1 step additionally because it's a light weapon.
No. Damn.
So it was challenging. It's reduced 1 for light weapon. Did you spend effort?
Yeah, I spent 1 effort.
Okay, well then you did. That succeeded because that dropped it to 9.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So, because you needed a 9, because that dropped it down to a demanding. So, all right. So the damage, it does 2 damage, and it has. You said there's an extra effect you're adding. Is that right?
Yeah, let me read the exact thing. Oh, if I can get it to open. I'll just post it.
Okay.
There you go.
So, I mean, feel free to while I'm the flourish. Yeah. So go ahead and describe your stylish move, entertaining quip, or certain something that impresses us all.
All right. So I grab one of the throwing daggers out of my pocket and try to sort of like just pirouette thing and throw it and almost fall on my ass, but I make it.
The
Very
falling on
entertaining.
your butt is what gives inspiration because it's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So everyone, you all kind of have a chuckle at Karna's expense, and the next, your next die roll is each a +1. You have a +1 to it.
Nice.
All
For
right.
all of us or for one of us?
It says any number of creatures who can see you can choose.
That's great.
So I'm assuming you choose all 3 of your allies.
Yeah.
Do you want to
Perfect.
choose the Abacos?
Ooh.
I'm on the fence, so I'm not
Will he be
going to.
inspired by your
I have not told you anything.
Yeah, and create. You might. Yeah. Okay. So let's say yes or no.
Oh, I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Just in case it turns on us.
Fair.
Yeah.
All right. So
Maybe you pick Kumar instead.
What?
Umar is standing in the back here. That's
Oh yeah,
right.
yeah. He gets it.
Okay. Umar is going to be playing the occasional helping role, giving you guys assets. Let's say to
Cool.
advise.
Perfect.
Awesome.
So
Oh, wait, like you gave Etelas a knowledge asset. Yeah.
that's exactly right. So we're back at the top. The Abacos is going to enter at 12 because they're level 4. So, but we are all the way up at whoever went first last time, which I believe was Uraz.
Oh, okay. I am going to, and this I think is part of the action. I'm going to use attack burst.
Yep.
So I'm gonna bite the nerve that's wrapped around my hand, and the breaking of the outer cells is what sends an electrical signal through it. And you all can see like a slight electrical jolt as it's a biomechanical cipher. It makes me get 3 extra attacks. So in melee, I'm going to bash it with my light spear 3 times, and I go, taste the wrath of the divine.
So it was 3 extra attacks. So that's 4
So
total.
it's 4 attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Hey,
And
this
I'm
is
not
your
putting
cipher.
effort into them because I cannot heal, so I'm not gonna spend my points.
Okay. So it's a challenging creature, although it's a light
Yeah.
weapon. So you need to hit difficult level 12.
Yes. Yes, exactly. 12. Perfect. So first roll is a 2. Second roll is a natural 1.
Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute.
Yeah. Third roll is a 15.
All right.
Fourth roll is a 16.
All right. So you hit twice, let's say, as you just this flurry, but on the 4th turn, let's say, that's just for
Yeah.
ease of narrative.
Sure.
You thrust forward, and this time though, your spear tip gets past one of the plates in its head and enters that glowing light area of its head.
Yeah.
And there's a bolt of electrical, it's not trans-dimensional energy, shoots up this kind of crackling, weird reverberation, shoots up the spear into your hands and causes you to drop it, and it flies across the room and sticks into the wall.
Yellow in divine rage.
Yes, and it is, I might say, your fire can still washing over this creature.
Yeah.
But you have
So
been...
on its turn, it'll take 2. So I do 4 damage with my 2 successful attacks.
Yep.
And on its turn, it'll take 2 fire damage.
Exactly. So it's still quite healthy looking.
Right.
after all of that. But you've knocked out a couple of the kind of floating plates, and
Ooh,
it,
with
it,
my spear.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's still it's injured, but it's still quite active. But you're now disarmed. Your spear
Yeah.
tossed across the room.
Perfect.
But there was this blur of activity as Uras went
Nice.
crazy on the thing, so to speak.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. So its turn. So Uraz, you're going toe to toe with it, and no one else has gotten in melee, so to speak, with it yet. But
It takes 2 fire. Yeah.
yeah, it takes the 2 fire, and then it is going to it does. Let me see how this works. So
Ooh, special power.
yeah, so one thing you see is pieces of the detritus laying around on the ground. A couple of the pieces rise up and form new plates, as though it's slowly healing
Ah!
every turn. Let's say about equivalent to one of your spear thrusts, for example.
Leg!
All right. I'm going to say it looks around and it looks at Krail, who just released the Abacos, and it knows. You get the impression that it's quite aware of the value that Field had been playing, and that you've now disabled. And there's this strange thrumming, kind of discordant rumble that comes out of it, and all of a sudden, you hear a splatting, squishing sound. You have a cipher. Tell me where you might be storing your solvent cipher.
Oh no!
No!
Oh no! You solve it!
No! I in my explorer's pack, I've got like a backpack, but it's actually like it's like a lunchbox. So it's got like a little metal handle, and it's very like cute, and I've got it like just strapped across my back, and it's got like She-Ra on it.
A She-Ra lunchbox. Yes, it's from one of the ancient times. You don't know which one.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this is of, but she seems very cool.
Yes, one of the princesses of power is depicted there in some ancient archaic tongue that you're not familiar with. And there's a strange sound inside of it, and you suddenly feel a burning sensation on your back, and then there's a thump because the straps that held your bag have been burned through by this solvent, and the entire contents of your She-Ra lunchbox splat onto the ground in a puddle. You now have a nice clean square where there is no shirt on your back. It didn't burn you.
I like my butt.
Yeah. And so you just lost that cipher, and anything else that was in that pack are now gone. It wasn't sure. You get the impression that that this creature intentionally activated it. And I think, well, I guess it only gets one action. All right, I guess that'll be it for this turn.
Nice. That was so fun.
Yeah, so there goes the solvent. I was like, which would be the most fun one to activate? All right.
That's a really fun one to. Yeah, imagine if it activated my 3 attack thing. Wouldn't have helped it.
Right? Exactly. So, all right. So I think at that point next we're up at Etolas. Or no, I think Krail goes after before.
Oh yeah.
So Krail.
So I glare at it, and then I use my effortless cipher, and I'm glad I had my tools out, because then I turn the field back on.
Okay.
And I make a very rude gesture at it.
Are you on the outside of the field or the inside?
Oh yeah, I'm on the outside.
Okay. So I'm going to say you can turn this one. Let's go ahead. Let's say it should be a simple task, but let's go ahead and have the dice speak here.
In case you get a 1.
Yeah.
In case I get a 1. So I did spend the other cipher. So
free.
it's actually just
routine.
free unless I get a 1. So let's find out.
Yeah.
Nice.
So as long as a 1 is... So you kind of like drop down to the knee, and there's this device that's built into the wall, quite clearly it looks ancient, part of the yes, okay, no problem. A part of the structure, it looks as though. So you roll a 9, and you manage to just flip it back on. You just reconnect the
Yeah, I put the power source back in. I'm like...
The field pops back up. The Abacos doesn't mind. It charges forward.
And I just stand outside of the field with my arms crossed.
And there you go. You get the impression that it's glaring at you, but it has no face. Atelas, what do you do? The field is
The
back
light
up.
like is glaring
Yeah.
at you.
As I yell to the others, the abacus,
Abacos. Yeah.
abacus, it wants. How many devices was it looking for? How many of the?
Yeah. So just to be very clear, this creature in front of you is collecting these Numenera for some reason, and it's having Varun fetch them from this inverted pyramid at the bottom of the lake. Apparently, so far he's collected 2 of the items from that altar room, and those are the things the creature wants. One of them is the circle floating around the head. The other one is somewhere else in this room.
Okay, so I tell them. This creature has something that the abacus wants. Let it have it, and I put on the glasses.
Ooh, split into 3.
Split into 3. Does that mean I get to do something with the other 2 forms? Like, was putting on the glasses one action for the 3, or how does this work?
I would. It seems more fun if it's an enabler.
Yeah. Well, how about this? You get it gives you the action is you split into 3 discrete individuals, each with the abilities, memories, and so that's your action. But you've got 2 more people now that they can act.
Okay.
And then every subsequent turn for an hour, you get to do 3 things. Although each thing you do, the difficulty is 2 harder because you're kind of split attention, so to speak.
Gotcha. Okay. So then the doubles, the triples, split off, and one goes to one side, one goes to the other side of this creature, and they're both gonna blast it. One a physical blast. So you see.
Your esotery? You're using your esotery?
Yeah, like onslaught or something.
The onslaught. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you see his streaks of red energy come from the back of his head across in 3 lines to the center of his forehead and then shoot off towards the creature, while the other one on the other side, his eyes start to vibrate, and the psychic energy assails the creature's mind.
I yell, I'm like, our Aeon Priest is blessed!
So, A, you have +1 to this roll, thanks to Karner. B, and technically you had it too, Krail, but you didn't need it. B, this is going to be tough. So it's formidable because it's 2 levels higher. But you are probably able to be trained in a bunch of things here. So,
and I think the psychic one bypasses armor if it has any armor.
That sounds right. And 2 intellect damage, yeah. All right, so in order to quote unquote hit, you need to roll and make an intellect test, and you need to roll. You need to somehow lower it by abilities. Let me see about your character sheet. What would be relevant here?
So spend some effort, maybe.
So I can focus, if that helps. Focusing on this, I don't know if that's.
Is that a skill you have or what?
Yeah,
it is a skill I have. Concentration. I'd say this is I'm multitasking right now, so. Yeah,
I'll go ahead and give you 1 for that.
You're multitasking.
And then if you spend effort, so the cipher doesn't explain how effort works exactly, but it's just effort per roll. So if you want to spend effort, you could spend it for both attacks, 1 from each character, or you can because that's a lot. That would be 2 each since you have an edge. But if so, you could do that, and that would drop down to intimidate or challenging. So you'd have to roll a 15 or higher to succeed on each attack.
I would say it's worth it.
I'd say I'm spending 4 points altogether.
Total, yeah.
Total? Cool, let's do it.
All right.
I would I'd say let's do it.
So I'm doing 2 separate rolls.
Yep.
Right? I'm using focus concentration to be able to manage all these things I'm doing.
Yeah.
The difficulty is going to be, what did you say?
It would be formidable, 21, which is impossible for a normal person. But if you use effort and have a skill, it drops it down to challenging, which is 15. So if you just want to roll a plain old D20 and beat 15, or tie or beat 15, that's all you need to do. Or if you want to,
and you have experience. We have experience if we need to re-roll. So.
This is true. If you want to try again, I mean, you get a.
That's true. Okay, so beat 15, which is that
challenging.
That's yeah. If you want to just do it that way and then hit zeros on everything else, that's easiest. The sheet asks too many questions, if you ask me.
Okay, so yeah, I'll be rolling straight intellect at challenging.
Yep.
And then if I need to, I'll spend XP to reroll.
Yep.
And I'm doing this twice for each one, right? One for each one.
One for each one. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. All right, let's go. For
One
the
of them
first
is more damage than the other
A
one.
natural one. Well,
Reroll!
Time to
you
get it.
can't spend XP to reroll a natural one. I don't
Oh,
believe.
damn, I forgot.
No.
So go ahead and let's see how the other one does.
Yes. Let's see how this other one does.
I'm assuming the second one is the intellect blast and the first one is the physical. Is that?
Yeah.
That's how you just
Yeah.
you reported.
That is
them
how
in
I
order,
described
so.
it. Yeah.
So go ahead and let's see how the
All
intellect
right.
one does. 18. All right, so that's +2 damage,
I
Nice.
like that.
and it bypasses armor. So
This is on me.
so it's 4 points of damage right directly to itself. All right.
Mhm.
So so one of you makes this kind of look, and a beam shoots out, and it strikes the creature, and it does one of these. The other one shoots a beam. It shoots right at the head, and then it's almost like it comes into orbit. It goes around the head, and then it shoots right back at you.
Oh no! And maybe it's the third one, the one who didn't attack.
Yeah, I think it hits the original you, right? And
Okay.
so you actually get shot with your own beam. This is the problem. You get 3 of you out. You get in each other's way. So so you take that would have been 4. So you take 4. I assume that's because that was a physical attack. So
It's a physical
that's
attack.
might 4 might pool.
4 might. I have
Yeah.
armor, so that brings it down to 3.
Yes, the armor counts. What did you say?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Ouch.
Ay, ay, ay.
So okay, so that was Etolas. It is now the Abacos's turn. Runs in
Isn't it?
and
Oh yeah.
say who. So I don't know quite how to do this.
Oh,
With
but you did get a +1.
you did get a +1. Oh yeah. So actually that makes it a minor effect. So you can
Oh.
either on the hit, the intellect hit, because no, that was on a 1. I don't think that counts.
I don't think the +1 counts a natural one. It
No,
may
I think
count
the
on
natural one
minor
like
critical.
overrides the
Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Natural one overrides everything.
badness.
But
Alright.
it may count in the minor critical. That's up to
Yeah,
Right.
if you want to have it, if you want to do, so I'll give you the option of doing 3 damage instead of 2, so an extra point of damage, or, so let me rephrase it. You'll do 3 damage or create a minor effect. So you get no bonus damage and create a minor effect like knock it back or distract
Might be
it.
useful since it's kind of really dangerous.
Yeah. What if, like, you say there's like items orbiting around its head?
Yes.
What if it drops them all?
Okay.
Is that too much?
No.
Like,
I
just
think-
drops them in front of them.
No, I think that's okay because honestly, you might not. So some of those items don't look combat oriented. They're just
Yeah.
Numenera. It's collecting.
Okay.
So, but some of them do have extra effects. So.
Mhm.
And I am in melee with it.
You are. So
That's a very clever idea, Andrew.
so all right. So
Thank
you have kind of distracted this creature. You're the psychic blast when it kind of roars in its weird kind of resonant way. All of these things that have been floating around just fall to the ground suddenly, as though the energy had been flipped off. All right. The Abacos runs in and is engaging the creature as well. Side cipher system note: I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to adjudicate like NPC on NPC combat. I know there's a rule on it, but I forget.
Usually level, right? You
Yeah.
just compare levels or something.
It's a level 5 versus a level 4, so I don't know what that means.
So the 5 wins.
Just automatically. Okay. The Abacos
That's
cannot.
what you would do, but I would say if you want it, you can be like, oh, but it uses up its turn or something. You can,
Yeah,
if you want.
I'll say, you know what I'm going to say is the Abacos every turn is going to just do a minimal amount of damage enough to compensate the Sarak, which is the name of this monster's regeneration ability.
Ah, cool, nice.
Right. So it's just chipping slowly away at the same rate that the creature would have been healing.
Healing, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's instead of chipping, it's like sucking, right? Because it's like feeding.
Yeah, it keeps
Oh,
tapping the
yeah.
creature and sucking small amounts of energy out of it.
And the cool thing, and this is the macabre thing, if the Sarak is healing, it's kind of like becoming a food source for the Abacos, who's,
This could last a while.
Just leave them to this for the rest of eternity.
Right. Yeah. It's like, here you go. So,
Cool.
yeah, that'll solve that problem. As long as the Sarok's willing, which it isn't. All right. So, it is now Karner's
Karner?
turn. Yeah. Karner, what do you got?
Well, I am. I feel bad that all I do is keep throwing stuff, but I don't really want to get up there.
Do you have a cipher you might want to use?
Yeah, this is a good time.
Spend them ciphers.
That's true. Okay. All right. I want to turn into the same thing that is attacking us. So that's what I'm going to use.
Like your transformation cipher?
Yeah.
All
You
right.
jump on that skateboard.
Oh, yeah. It's time.
Yeah. What does this look like? So you're going to transform into a beast. You're going to have all this extra might and speed in order to attack. What? Tell me. Here, I'll just drop the text in there. What?
Okay.
What
Does it look like around us? Is there anything that he can do like an ollie off of?
Yeah, I mean, this is so it's a chamber, but it's been carved, so all the walls are like circular, right? So it's just like
Okay.
so
All
it's
right.
like, it's almost like natural half pipe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone thinks he's initially just running off because Carter just does things sometimes. He gets his skateboard out of his backpack, runs all the way up, goes through the half pipe, does an ollie, and then turns into this thing.
Beast.
All right. The beast of the board.
Oh yeah.
So you go up in the air, do a 720, and as you land, you just transform into this creature that looks very much like the Sarok in front of you. All right.
Now I don't know which one to attack.
Yeah, I know.
Well, do you think that Karner's version of the Sarok looks, I don't know, has some sort of flair?
Yeah,
It
it's
more
definitely
panache.
has like some neon color.
Yeah, more
The
panache.
skateboard pattern, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a decal.
It's been tagged, down the side.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it.
All right. So,
And that's like my whole like turn, I assume.
yeah. Do you go up and get close to in melee with the other Sarok, or you gonna hang out?
Yeah, because that's gonna be cooler, so that's
Yeah.
what I have to do.
So you go flying in there, and you're, and their guys are
Oh yeah.
facing off.
Love it.
So
Mark that
at this point,
used.
Umar says, yeah, keep it. Says somebody get that cipher away from him. That's what's that's what was valuable here. If you're right, and he's pointing at the sphere that Varun had delivered. It is now top of the order one more time. So let's go ahead. I know that Elijah's got to go in a little while, so let's go ahead and more narratively describe. So the short answer, to be more show the man behind the curtain, is that it's already 3/4 of the way defeated. This would go on for another round or two. So each of you do give a narrative description. Especially, I want to hear what Karner Beast looks like when Karner Beast engages combat. But we'll end with that. That'll be the finisher. So let's go around through the other three and hear how you engage this creature in combat one more time. So Uraz, go ahead first.
So Atolas disabled its device that fell, right?
Yes.
So I'm in melee, my weapon isn't on me, so I yell, "Oh, thank you for the gift, oh divine," and I lunge towards the fallen devices, randomly just pick one up and activate it with no idea what it's gonna do, right? It turns out it's a little dodecahedron that I like press, and these multicolored like bands expand from it and like tangle its legs up, so that because I know Karner is in melee with it, so it's like I don't know what I did, but I'm like, oh, and it'll start like it won't be able to walk and move easily, and Karner will have an easier time like tearing it to pieces.
It's this explosion of like colorful ribbons shoots out this thing, but they, they're like intelligent and they prehensile and they wrap this creature up. And it's now, restrained in some way. What is?
And I yell, "Look, the colors of the deities!"
It's the holy spectrum. Krail, what does Krail do?
Oh, I'm just watching. I'm like safely on the other side of this,
curtain.
and I'm just like watching, like engaging in a bit of Schadenfreude.
All right. So Krail's just checking it out, like they got it. It's fine. Stone. Right. All right. So what about Etolas?
All right, Etolas number 2 and Etolas number 3 both fire psychic blasts straight at the beast as it's like roaring. Etolas 1 takes out one of his Numeneras, which is like a glass yo-yo that when he like throws it down, it lights up inside, charging. And then like on the third strike, he throws it towards it, and it fires at him like, and explodes, shattering inside its maw.
Fantastic. So the yo-yo, the glowing crystal yo-yo of death, strikes the Sarak with an explosion, and more of these plates that have been floating around its head are blown apart. So now there's just this bare energy source just floating above this creature's neck, unprotected. Karner beast, how do you finish off the Sarak?
All right. So Karner Beast. So Karner Beast gets a running start to jump into the air so that he can more successfully tear into this thing. And as he hits the ground, everyone else in the party realizes he uses the other cipher, which is Immovable Spike, to go through it from the bottom.
Oh.
Whoa! Yeah.
Damn.
All right. So this
Fairly's
creature.
enjoying this greatly.
Yeah, I think that's pretty great. So
They're done.
Karner Beast attacks this creature savagely and then quite cleverly implants this immovable spike cipher into it. Now, the Sarak is a very clever creature, but it doesn't quite realize what's just happened. And it tries to use its short distance teleportation. But the spike pins part of it in place, and it just explodes.
Oh, it like flinches itself. It tries to teleport, and I love that.
So it just its last ditch effort to escape the onslaught from the 6 of you, however many Etoloses are out there, and it's destroyed. And so there's this boom sound that just echoes through the chamber like a giant drum. And then if all the ciphers activate for a moment, or at least become agitated, begin floating around, and then they all collapse to the ground, and the chaos ends. The Abacos turns and then just begins picking up and one by one going around and like sucking energy out of these weird little oddities. You have the sphere sitting at your feet. Nearby, Etolas, you recognize another strange shape that's shaped like a little. In fact, it looks a little bit like the inverted pyramid. That it looks like the shape that you had seen missing from the altar as well. So you think that if you were to bring those two back down to the inverted pyramid, that would seal the portal through which the Abacos had traveled.
All right. Woo, and I say, the divine was with us, and I start praying.
So at this point, yes, go ahead, Etolas.
Oh, I mean, I'm guessing if you want us to describe what we're going to do.
Yeah, go ahead. So there's. How about this? Each of you will describe what you do next, and maybe what it looks like when you return to the village. Then we will have to say goodbye to Elijah because he's got events going on.
So maybe Elijah should go first.
Yeah, and we'll do that. And then if everyone else, we can briefly narrate the trip to the inverted pyramid because there's a whole bunch of fun stuff there too. And that'll just like for like 10 minutes. And then we'll just do our normal wrap up. But I don't want to keep Elijah any later than he needs to. So go ahead, Elijah. Tell me what is Elijah? You can choose. It takes a little effort, but you can choose to transform back, or you can remain a beast for some time. What happens next for Karner?
Well, can't really remain a beast if this is over. So, he is going to really concentrate and turn back. And then looks like after that, it pretty much took out like whatever energy he had left. And he just kind of like sits down the floor, lays down. He's going to take a nap now.
Okay, this is perfect. Karner is going to be napping while the rest of you descend to the pyramid. You're like, all right, Karner.
In the burial chamber of this village.
Right.
Love it.
As we're leaving, we pick up those from the spawning pools.
The prana symbionts. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you can get the prana symbionts from the pool. You could possibly have negotiated with Varun to get them, but he was kind of unhappy with
I mean,
you
we can
guys.
tell Umar. We're like, Umar, we're gonna grab these.
This is important. We gotta get this done. We
Yeah.
can't be like
Umar,
So we like snatch
agrees.
one.
Absolutely. He's like, yes, please. If you think returning these will end those things, as he points at this other creature that's hovering about, slowly sucking energies out of these little oddities here and there. That we don't need those in the
Ruining
village,
everything.
right? The Abacos don't seem particularly dangerous, but they're clearly been frustrated by not being able to get at these things, and they'll keep coming until they've drained the whole village. And some of the some of the things in this village, like the lift, are powered by artifacts in Numenera, and they will eventually drain those too. And so that would be bad for us.
Yeah.
So yes, if you
Not
could
this
seal it.
one. This one's stuck.
It is. It's stuck in here behind the energy field. Okay. So Karner lays down and takes a nap. Side note, Eli, is it possible for you to leave your camera on when you leave? Even if
Yeah,
you...
I'll just mute myself and leave the camera on. The door will just be closed.
Okay. Thank you. Because otherwise the Zoom would get all
Oh,
funny.
yeah. Don't worry.
I appreciate that. So everyone, Elijah's going to go, and he's
Thanks, Eli.
was a wonderful Karner
Thanks
today.
for letting me be really cool at the end. I appreciate it.
That was great.
You are a carnivore.
I know. All right. I'll see you all later.
All right. See you next
Bye.
week. So as Karner falls asleep / Eli heads off, we return to our friends who have now solved one of the mysteries, which is who's been messing. You get the impression, you put together that this creature has mind control powers and has been using Varun to gather Numenera from the inverted pyramid in the lake, and that has drawn the attention of the Abacos. It now seems pretty clear that that's an unrelated phenomenon to the young girl, Sweta, who's able to draw her friends into her shared dreams with her mutant power.
I love how her shared dream is like literally a video game with the green bar. That was a great touch.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, you write what you know, I guess, in your dreams too, right? So, so that's so it looks like the final task is you got two things left to do if you want. One is return the contents to the pyramid. That seems pressing. But then you might want to let, or you might not want to let Sweta's parents know or Shalini know about Sweta's mutant potential.
What if you two, because you two are good, like you're good at Numenera and you're good at sneaking. So if you two go to the pyramid, I'm good at bedside manner today. So I can maybe grab Shalini and go to Shweta's parents and like together try and be like, be nice to your daughter.
And
Sounds like a good idea.
Send my clones to do both.
Oh right,
Yeah.
You can send your clone.
Atelas gets
So
to
I
do
can,
both.
I can back him up with one clone. I can go down in the water
With two?
with another, and then the third can go talk to the mayor about what's happening. Like inform them of what we're doing,
Okay. So
so that they know.
I love
Umar
that.
Umar says, well, I should probably speak to Shalini too about Shweta. Shalini and I have a history, and it's probably time I come clean with her about something. So let's go ahead and do that. So he comes along. So shall we do the conversation with concerning Shweta? So what's going to happen is you'll relate the information to the mayor. The mayor will then want to go talk to Shweta's parents. So we'll just do one scene for that, and then one scene in the pyramid. Which would we like to do first?
I want to see the conversation with the parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so we've got one Etolas and Uraz, and are you going to do that first before getting the mayor, or get the mayor first so that you can all go speak to their?
Let's get the mayor first. That makes sense.
Okay, so then there's like only one. There's Etelis 3 is
Right.
there.
Okay.
So
and
Etolas
then-
3 and
Yeah.
Uraz, right?
And
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Are the other
Imagine
two?
all the studying you can do simultaneously, Atelas.
It's a shame it's not like permanent.
I know it's only
All
1
the
hour.
forms you can fill out in triplicate.
All of it.
Okay, yeah. So we go to the cook's house.
Yeah. So you go to the cooks, and you've got, so Shalini comes along, and so Umar explains the situation about what happened with the Sarak and the Abikos, and she's duly concerned. You do notice when you first walk up, she's pleasantly surprised to see Umar. Oh, it's so good to see you. What brings you to my house so late at night? That sort of thing.
Oh, right, it's like midnight or something.
Right, and he's
Yeah.
like, it's just business, Shalini. Our friends have discovered something going on in town. He relates with your help, the whole story. Shalini takes it in. It's like, okay, I'm glad your friends are going to get rid of whatever these ghosts are you're describing that have been carving up our walls. That's unsightly graffiti. We don't like that. And if they're dangerous, well, that's something we need to take care of. So thank you for that. It should be safe down there after all. I mean, our fishermen and women swim in that water and don't ever encounter too much trouble. I should go with you to Shweta's parents' house and to speak to them. They might. I don't know how they'll take it, learning their daughter is a mutant. I don't know where we'd send them if they send her if they refuse to keep her in the village.
Oh, I'm sure that it won't get to that.
And Umar says, well, if it does, I know where we could send them. I mean, he kind of hesitates and says, so I've been, let's say, in contact with the chief of the mutant village nearby. We've become friends, she and I. And Shalini's eyebrows go up. Oh, really? And he says, yeah, well, let's just say that she would be happy to help mentor Shweta to control her mutant powers if it comes to that. And Shalini says, are you sure that this person would... he says, oh, yes, I'm sure. I mean, and if she is initially hesitant, I'm sure she'd do it as a favor for me. And this makes Shalini uncomfortable and unhappy to learn that Umar has this relationship with this other person. And but setting that aside, you arrive at Shweta's house. Shweta's parents are surprised and shocked to see like the town's two elders and these strangers at her door, at their door. I guess it's two men, and so at Shweta's door. And so you explain, like, how does that go? They open the door and they're like, what's going on?
And I'm like, you are blessed. Your child has been visited by the divine. I'm not loudly outside, loudly inside. Your child has been gifted with the divine mutation.
They look at each other. They look at Umar and Shalini. What is he talking about? Is there something wrong with Shweta? And Umar looks at Shalini and says, well, we believe that she does possess some special qualities that allows her to share her dreams with others. And they look at each other, their eyes are big, and they whisper quickly, and and they kind of visibly slump a little bit. Well, we suspected something like this might occur. When we adopted her, we didn't know her origin, and when she was very young, we started having incredibly vivid dreams after we brought her in, and they made no sense. But as she grew older, the dreams seemed to, let's say, mirror her development. So we were having dreams, first just about hunger.
Right.
That would stink.
And then the dreams became about shapes. And then they became about us. And then they became about... And now they're about all kinds of bizarre creatures that we keep hearing her stories about. So we just assume that it's her imagination, or we wanted to assume. But so they say, well, we don't know how to help. And Umar explains that there is and so they're hesitant at first, but they manage to set aside their concerns. Is there anything else? So Etulas, you're there.
Love.
Yeah.
The power of love. Is there anything that Etulas would like to contribute to this? One of you is there.
Being gifted with powers like this can be a challenge, but it can also be a gift. And I am glad to see that you are not appalled by this knowledge. And I feel that this will be a good thing for you and your family, and also in the future for this town. And maybe even your relationship with the other mutant village. And I hope that will grow into something strong.
So they kind of nod, and
Nice.
you can tell this is going to take some adjustment for them, but they seem willing to try. out of love for their daughter. And they then say, well, they look at all of you and say, well, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe she can study to become an Aeon priest. Like you, Uraz. So they seem to think you, Uraz, are an Aeon priest with all your talk of religion and the
me?
divine.
Oh,
yes, that's right.
I was literally processed as Etelas because of you.
Right. I know. Well, that's the thing. They don't get that Etelas is the actual Aeon priest here because you're the one talking about the divine gifts and all of this. So they just assume that you are the Aeon priest, that you study with the Amber Pope. That's the name of the leader of the Aeon priesthood.
Exactly. And so I don't want to disabuse them of this notion because I worry that doing that might make them not be okay with Shweta. So I just nod sagely and I say, it is her divine destiny.
So they think, well, Umar's been very helpful for the village, so I suppose maybe she could, apprentice with you. And Umar's like, of course, we'll do whatever we need to, it'll be fine. This is something that she'll be able to live a totally, normal life in the village and blah, blah, blah. And they seem, at the end, satisfied. Shalini and Umar agree to help mentor a young Shweta, and they should be able to get along just fine. Now, below in the water, I'll give the short version here. Krail, Etelas 2 and 3, I believe. Yeah. You three attach 10 armed starfish living creatures to your face that send little what are they called? I guess tendrils, you'd call them?
I think I call them tendrils.
Yeah, starfish organisms with 10 limbs, smooth, shimmering skin on top, hundreds of tiny openings on the bottom. When attached to the head, the prana symbiont extrudes dozens of fine, transparent appendages that enter your pores and worm into your major organs. This allows
I'm really keen on body horror, everyone, just so you know.
This allows you to breathe, thermoregulate, and deal with the relatively high pressure underwater. But you cannot speak.
I'm not cool with this, so I make an illusion of my face.
Over the top?
Look like my face. I feel better.
Umar says, don't stay down for more than 8 hours. I've found that it's unhealthy for divers to have those on for more than about 8 hours.
I hope it's not that long.
So
I'm going to feel this twice later.
Yeah, right?
All right. You're double feeling it.
Absolutely.
I love this.
You dive into the water, crystal clear, cold, but this, for some reason, it doesn't bother you. And no, you could tell it would have normally, but it doesn't with these creatures attached. You swim down. And you swim down. You swim deeper than you've ever swam. This is not a normal lake. You swim hundreds of feet down. So far that the water, despite being almost perfectly clear, is still, the light can't penetrate very far down here, so it's dim. And you can no longer see the surface, right? It's just kind of lost in a haze above you. And as you swim, you eventually see this massive inverted pyramid deep underwater in the lake. It is a stone pyramid made green by various mosses and seaweeds growing on its surface. Its point is facing downward, its base facing upwards towards the surface. As you approach the base of the pyramid, you can see there's a small stone shaft protected by a bubble of pressurized air. You can kind of pop through, and then you find yourself in an atmosphere. Whether you choose to take the things off your face or not is up to you. You move through the passages, and again, narrating here for time purposes, you encounter one creature that looks like this.
Whoa.
A disassembler.
Whoa.
That's simply moving around in a kind of random seeming way. It looks like it's kind of zapping moss off the wall as though it's been tasked with cleaning the interior of this place. Were you to get too close to its disassembling beam, you might find that unpleasant, but I think that, let's assume that, I'd say that would be
hard enough not to.
Yeah, I think that would be a simple intellect task to know not to do that. Don't get in front of the
one Etelas go in there.
Yeah, do you want to send an Etelas in to find out what happens?
I'm gonna feel that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will feel that.
It'll be a new experience.
It seems to be extra effective against inorganic material, you find out. So it's a good thing Uraz isn't with you, I suppose, or half of Uraz would get zapped. So you move past that, and then you arrive in a chamber which has a bunch of strange glowing triangles floating about it, and they look like this. Here's some art out of one of the Numenera books.
Whoa. We seem to be in a chamber of secrets.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good choice. Nice.
So so in this room, you see these are like glass, and they're just hovering there, and the room is weirdly, unnaturally quiet. So I'll give a hint. There's a door on the far side. What would you like to do, Krail? And then we'll check on with the Etoloses.
Well, first of all, I did take off the symbiote when we got into the air bubble.
Okay.
And I tried to put it in my Shira pack. And I got
But you're now tying to yourself in a different way.
Yeah.
Oh, burned away.
And then so we get here, and I don't even notice because I'm so naturally quiet that it just seems like normal to me.
Yeah, I think given the way you've narrated your character, that's exactly right. You would be able to you start moving into the room, and your natural silence and stealth, nothing seems to happen. What about the Etoloses?
I love that.
Both Etoloses are talking to each other telepathically, so they're communicating, and they probably communicate with you, Krail, telepathically.
Oh,
so
right.
They're not taking off their the breathing
Mask
creatures.
thing or creature.
What would we be doing in here? Probably analyzing these crystals, trying to identify them, and both Itolas are like checking books and like giving suggestions to each other. It's like, no, it's not this one.
So let's go ahead and have one last dice roll today just to see how this goes. So I'm going to say it's an intellect task. I'm not going to tell you the difficulty. So just roll it naked, blind, whatever the word is here. Anonymous, I don't know. In ignorance, behind the veil of ignorance. What are we doing here? And see what you get.
Roll and pray.
I won't spend anything. Let's just have fun.
Wow.
Oh.
A 19.
Okay.
Okay, so that beat the difficulty, which was 18. Because you rolled so well, you noticed, first of all, that there was a subtle hum coming from the two disassemblers you saw, and there was always the same. It was a 3-note melody, like a harmony. I mean, like, do 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 do, just this quiet little noise. And you enter the room, and you're just your footsteps echo, and these glass triangles shoot towards you, and one of them actually just runs like this starts bumping into you. And one of the Etoloses gets a nasty little cut on his face, and the other one gets a cut on his arm. And you realize they're reacting to the sounds you're making, even just the sounds of footsteps. And you think, oh, but I bet they don't attack the disassemblers because of those tones. So you hum the tone, and then the glass triangles slowly start to float away to resume their positions. So go ahead, Andrew. Let's hear you hum a 3-tone melody for a second. See how well you do it. So as you're walking through, Etoloses are in harmony, doing these two. The minor effect is that that you're able to sing the song in tune.
I love it.
But that's enough to get the glass triangles to kind of leave you alone, these guardian triangles. So you get beyond it, and then you find what looks like a control room of some sort. And there's a bunch of glass walls, all of them shattered but one. And there's on a loop. There's it's video, but like there's a visual phenomenon occurring on this glass wall like none you've ever seen. It's video. And it's of Valrune walking into an altar room like the one you saw in your vision, and he seems to be in a daze. He's not even really looking at where he's going. So you suspect he's probably under the mind control of the Sark. This is probably from the past. And he picks up 2 items and then walks out. And he's got blood, little cuts all over his body from the triangles. And he's bleeding from them all. This is probably the moment he came down here and got the Numenera. And you can look up and you see that there's a doorway here, and beyond is the very same altar room. And you need just return the 2 items you brought with you.
Okay.
So you enter the altar room and slot them in their slots.
We walk in, yeah.
The room lights up. There's a pleasant hum. And then there's a popping sound in your ears as though something is opened or closed. In this case, perhaps closed. And whatever interdimensional portal was here allowing the Abacos through is sealed. And with that, you're able to return, for narrative purposes, you find some cool Numenera ciphers along the way
Yay!
that will wave your hand at. And then you leave the pyramid, discovering that you can move past the glass triangles by humming the tune. You ascend with the help of the symbionts to the surface, remove it. It's been less than an hour. You can return those to the tank, and you've solved the mystery. The children's sleepwalking has been solved. Shweta will be taken care of. The Abacos will no longer visit the town, and the Sarak has been destroyed. And the town
I'm
is
gonna
saved.
go let the Abacos out.
When you go to there,
upstairs. Yeah.
Yeah.
when you
In
go
the
up
third
there,
eye.
it is behind that portal or that surface. When you deactivate it, it fades out of this dimension. The portal having been
Nice.
closed.
Woo!
Yay!
And that is the end of The Head in the Cliffs by Sharang
Yay!
Biswas.
That was good.
That was fun.
Yay!
All right,
Thanks
so
for playing and GMing, guys.
yes, thank you. So we normally do a quick stars and whispers, or stars and whispers, stars and wishes at the end. Cries and Whispers by Ingmar Bergman at the end here. Stars and Wishes. That took a turn. All right. So let's hear a little bit from each of you what you liked, if there's anything you wanted to highlight, what you'd like to see more of. Andrew?
Well, as this is my first time playing Numenera, I really enjoyed just like how much it relies on your own creativity, just like flavor whatever you want. And that was like a lot of fun. I think I would, as much as I enjoyed today, I think I would have really enjoyed this if this was like not limited to one session and would like actually get to know all the NPCs, because I could feel that there was a lot more to everyone, and that like it could have been a lot of fun to like go to that mutant village and like talk to that to the leader there and like learn about that relationship early on. That would have been like a lot of fun, and I don't regret it because I feel like this was like very fulfilling. Having a main story that we could go into and like get that done in one session is very nice. And then knowing that there's like this option of a bigger world is like even better. So yeah.
Awesome.
I'd like to give a shout out to the Cypher Unlimited Discord in that case, because if you're looking for more games in the Numenera or Cypher system in general, there's a ton of games being run online there, mostly voice or Roll20 or whatever.
Yeah,
So-
that's a great community too. They're very nice.
Yeah, everybody's really friendly and helpful.
So what about you, Shar? Do you have any? I guess I could go to our real names on the overlay here. What do you have any stars or wishes you'd like to highlight here?
I really liked the adventure. I thought it was really cool to have like set up kind of like a sandbox that you could go in any direction, and I liked that there were actually two different mysteries that kind of had the same or similar symptoms. So it wasn't like it wasn't easy to figure out, but there were enough clues and places to go and people to talk to and everything that it was, I never felt like I didn't know what to do next. So great job. And also for GMing, I love all the flavor you add, and that's awesome.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I agree. Sharang, what about you? Stars and wishes.
Well, thank you. That was really nice to hear. I designed it so that there were two overlapping mysteries that acted as red herrings to each other, right? And Yeah, because when I've run before, it's like if you see the abacus, you might think they are endangering the children who are also walking at night, and you're like, oh no, these are clearly the same thing, but the abacus have no interest in the children, right? They just ignore them. So thanks for that. I want to give a star to Eugene for running the adventure, adding a lot of cool things himself to make the adventure come alive, which was so fun to play in, because I could genuinely be like, what is happening? And I love how like players, I mean, we found this last week, right? But our group players do really fun things. So I love Karner's like skateboard. I'm like, what does the cipher look like? A skateboard. And I'm like, of course, it can look like a skateboard, it's like anything, right? And I loved Krail at the end, who's really clever with like, I'm gonna deactivate the field to like release the abacus. I'm like, wait, that's really smart. And I love the like, okay, now there are 3 Etelasses. So this is what we're gonna do. And so I had a really good time. I was trying to get into the mindset of a player. What would a player who doesn't know? So I was like double role playing, right? Yeah. Because I was also like, what would a player who doesn't know what's happening, how would they react? So like certain areas when you're like, I was surprised, I was faking that, right? In certain areas, I was like, oh, wow, that's cool. Like, I didn't think, like, Varun went up and put the thing there. That was a thing that Eugene just added. And I'm like, oh, that's what he was doing up there. So, yeah, I had a great time. And even though I know the adventure fully, and I know the backstories, I think Eugene was, like, hinting at them and bringing them out. And that was really fun to see.
Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate it, too. And, I mean, for stars for me, it's I wanted to star everyone's creative use of the ciphers, because that really just illustrates, I mean, it's what you've all talked about that, but that really illustrates one of the fun things about the system. So that was great to see people, because people
and that also makes things replayable, right? Because if I didn't have the memory cipher, how would we have saved Etelas? Would be completely different, right?
Right. Yeah, and then the second star I wanted is the adventure too. So Sharang, thanks for this adventure. It was, it's nice to read an adventure that feels like an invitation to the GM to run like just a story they want, you know what I mean? So it gave me the materials I needed to run a fun story. So like you did a lot of places that you were like, well, here, you know, who knows? Maybe the players will get drawn into the kids' adventure. And so when Etelas was like, I'm going to connect to her mind, it's like, okay, well, obviously I have to do this. I have to run with this, right? You know, and just little things like the love triangle that I could hint at the end between, you know, Shalini loves Umar, but Umar's in relationship with the leader of the mutant village and the mutant village, and you know the people of, you know, all that. So it's like, oh, there's so much, and you didn't even go and look at the lift that is so very Cronenbergian.
Yeah. I love the lift.
Yeah, it's like these like tendrils attached that go into your body to power and suck your, like it's a biological activator to use the lift, right?
Creepy.
So yeah, it's like I said, it's like a David Cronenberg movie. So
I told you I like body horror, you guys.
It's so cool. But anyway, so thank you for that. I really appreciate that. All right. Well, next week, am I running something?
So can I quickly say again for our viewers, check out the CypherCaster magazine. They have 12 issues. I'm in 2 of them, but all of them are really interesting. I think they might have stopped for a little bit right now, but there's still 12 issues. They're really great. This adventure plus a bunch of other things are in issue 9. Mm-hmm. It's not just Numenera. It's all throughout the Cypher system, different games. So do check it out. They're really good in that they share profits with all their contributors. So every time you buy an issue, all the people who contribute to that issue get a cut of it, which I think is a great way of supporting independent game designers. So do check that out.
Absolutely. And that's a good community. And so is the Cypher System Discord that Shar just linked to in the Twitch chat. Yes, for sure. It's in the link below the screen if you want to visit it right on drive-thru. Otherwise, CypherCaster, one word, magazine can be found that way too. So next week, I think I'm running Temple of the First Fire. Is that what we decided?
Yeah.
That Shar helped me design. It's a 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons adventure. And then more fun stuff coming. We'll do more Bug Hunt. And even more stuff after that. So thank you everybody for watching. If you've made it this far, we appreciate it. And feel free to, now that we're Twitch affiliates, you can subscribe up there if you want, or at the very least follow us here or on YouTube. All right, so I hope everyone has a good
Do
week.
support the channel. They're trying to uplift a lot of independent game creators.
I think
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
worth doing for sure. All right, well, thank you everybody, and we will see you. This channel streams again Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern. This group is back next Tuesday. Bye, everyone.
Bye.